2024. Time is 7:02 p.m. I will call this meeting to order. We are being recorded. No opening announcements since we're all here in person, so let's get started. First item on our agenda, as always, is public comment. Is there anyone here for any item that is not on our agenda that wishes to come forward and speak to us, either in person or remote? And I do see Doug Stone, remote. So Doug, bring it in. If you could identify yourself for the meeting minutes and let us know what's on your mind, please.
Doug Stone, 33 Birch Hill Road. I just wondered if I was going to have a chance to comment on the traffic safety item.
Okay, yeah, when we get to that, if you have any comments, just raise your hand. I'll be happy to recognize you.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thanks. Lower the hand. Is there anyone else, either in person or remote, that wishes to make any comments? Going once, going twice, I will declare public comment closed. Next up on our agenda, Community Affairs Committee. You're here, I assume, for that? When you come on up. Seat at the table. Those microphones are better than the podium. And why don't you introduce yourself and let us know what's going on with the tree lighting and menorah lighting this year.
Yes, so I'm Jen Martin on the Community Affairs Committee, and wanted to request the closing of Blake Street for the annual tree lighting. December 7th, probably set up around 3:30, and then the tree lighting is at 5. Should be over by 6:30. We have the Northborough 5th grade chorus. We have Starbucks provided hot cocoa, so we'll be passing that out. We'll have Northborough House of Pizza, and then also some snacks, candy canes, pass out. And then it's going to be a Toys for Tots drop off for the food pantry. And then also the menorah lighting is on the 30th, so December 30th at 5:30. So a request to close that as well.
Excellent.
And then
Yes.
for the tree lighting,
Yep.
I think either Laura or Mitch or one of you.
Yep, we were gonna talk about that.
Remarks?
So,
Okay.
So Susie from your committee reached out and asked for a member of the board. I think she suggested either Laura or I, because we're chair and vice chair. But it's open to anyone. I don't know if you're interested, if anybody else is interested in speaking on behalf of the board. I usually give a brief speech in advance of the menorah lighting. I could do the whole thing, or I'd love it if you were to join me and do the bulk of it.
If that's okay with the rest of the board.
Love it. Yes, please.
So I love this event, and I thank everybody for your committee for putting it together, and I think it'll be a fun opportunity. So thank you for the opportunity to share this
Okay,
with
awesome.
everybody.
That's great. You have your speaker.
Great, perfect.
Everything else, other than the closing of the road, is there anything else we can do as a board to help, other than just promote it and get everybody there?
Yeah.
It's a great annual event.
Yeah, that's it, promote it.
Okay.
It's usually well attended, but could be, promote it as much as we can.
We will do that. Any questions for Jen before we take up the motions?
So our police chief just left, but all of that is in place, right? Because usually there's a police officer.
He heard his name.
You walked out just in perfect time, Brian.
I'm sorry, I missed the question.
No, I was just double checking that usually there's an officer or two.
Yes, we'll have people down there.
Yeah.
Yep, that's every year we have at least one, maybe two.
Be a dog.
Is Sergeant Marshall in attendance, or?
We will have someone down there for both events. It'll probably be the on-duty shift that'll be down there covering.
I see.
I think we might have a small fire truck too, if they can get it, for the Toys for Tots.
Oh, great.
So we're working on that.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome.
Okay, we've got a couple of motions. Road closers.
I can get started with that. Mr.
Great.
Chair, oh, sorry.
Yep.
For the tree lighting, I move the board vote to close Blake Street on Saturday, December 7th, 2024, from 3 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. for the tree lighting event, providing that all accessible routes and amenities are maintained.
Second.
Just a clarification. I
Yes.
think you said 3 p.m. and it says 3:30. It
sorry.
doesn't make a difference to me.
3:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. I did miss that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Is that, and Jen, that works for you, I
Yeah,
assume?
yep, 3:30 to 6:30.
Great. Okay, and it's been made and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say?
Aye.
I see that as unanimous in favor. Is there a motion on the menorah lighting?
Mr. Chair, I move the board vote to close Blake Street on Monday, December 30th, 2024, from 3:30 PM to 6:30 PM for the menorah lighting event, providing that all accessible routes and amenities are maintained.
Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say.
Aye.
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 I see that as unanimous in favor. We have our events lined up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for
Thanks for
joining us.
coming.
Yeah, of course.
Great. Thanks.
Can I just make a little statement? Do you notice that the screens, everybody's like,
We're all nice and
well,
thin.
we're very, very
Yeah,
thin. I mean, is that what it's going to look like when it comes out to,
Is that a filter?
not that I mind, but just look a little odd. Owen, can you fix that?
We're very vain.
Do you see what we mean?
I don't understand, what do you mean?
Our proportions are thinner than
Oh, you're
usual.
right.
Keep it that way.
Taller and
Keep it-
thinner. Now, I'm not going to complain about that. I'm just saying that when everybody watches this,
It
right?
looks like we didn't, eat pie.
Yeah, yeah,
That's funny.
just looks a little strange.
Okay. Moving along, next we have Bill Pierce, Chair of the Traffic Safety Committee, for continued discussion on a few items. Bill, Scott, come on up. Okay, so the first item is a speed limit survey review. At our last meeting, we talked for a while about survey. Bring us up to speed, and I know you drafted a survey and sent it out. It was included in our packets. The board members have seen it, and the public has seen it.
I did. Curious of just what everyone's thoughts are on that, if they think this is inclusive of the information, which it's inclusive of the information that the Traffic Safety Committee is trying to gain. Is it inclusive of, I guess, what the board wants to get out of the survey as well?
Anyone have any particular comments?
I do.
Okay.
Okay. So, in the second paragraph, where you refer to the list of towns that have this in place already, I truthfully didn't click that, to go there, but so far, and this is kind of a new thing, is there any evidence that says that reducing the speed from 30 to 25 has reduced accidents?
I don't think they've done a study on that yet. I haven't seen anything
Okay.
pointing to that one way or the other.
Okay, and you'll have to help me, but on the last line on that page, a statutory speed limit, shouldn't it be exists?
Possibly. I can change that.
And, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be, so detailed, but under demographic information number 3, would you like to know if people bike? It says, do you regularly use a vehicle?
I think I kept it as a vehicle only because we're
speed
talking
limit,
speed
yeah,
limits, right?
yeah, Okay,
Maybe say motor vehicle or something, because a bike is a vehicle, a wheelchair is a vehicle. I mean, I don't
Sure.
think people would get confused.
Yeah.
Julianne, did you have anything else?
I do.
My thought about the speed though, if you have been on a bike and you've been passed by a car going 30, it's a big difference on those speeds. So I think, I appreciate where you're coming from when you talk about being on a bike or other methods.
Okay, so on the third page, impact of speed limits, what if you added impact of speed limits in thickly settled areas and business districts? Just because that's what you're, keeping it specific to these districts? Or do you think, what do other people think? Is it already implied?
Well, I have that in question 1 as well. It says that in 3, on the very first question, how do current speed limits affect your sense of safety when traveling through Northborough's thickly settled or business districts?
Okay. And then in that same category number 3, do you think speed limits influence traffic flow and congestion in these areas? I kind of wonder if that's a little ambiguous. Would it be better to say, do you think speed limits will help traffic flow, or like, if you say it's going to influence, you don't know whether it's going to influence it badly or,
Well, I think that's the point, right, is that we're trying to gauge that. In this particular section, I didn't think I was looking for what people thought of the reduced speed limit. They do speed limits, influence, what you might see in a town or something like that, whether you're going going fast or going slow. But I can reword that.
do you see what I'm saying? Do you think speed limits influence traffic flow and congestion in these areas? The person would have to know if you want to know if you think the speed limit influence it for the good or for negative.
Or if they just influence it.
Right.
That's what I was asking.
He's
is
going
if
right
they-
back to
Okay, well, okay, it's your thing, all right, okay. And then on number 4, does it say you can choose more than one, right?
We can probably put that, you're talking on the first question?
Yeah,
We can probably put that as a multi-answer, yes.
Okay.
I would want to limit it so that they don't choose everything. Maybe allow 2 or 3 answers,
Say pick 3, maybe
right?
just put
Pick 3 max.
Yeah.
and speed cameras, are those allowed? Hello, Chief Griffin? Do we have speed cameras yet?
We don't have any in town, no. I mean, any of the devices you might see that you think are cameras are not cameras. Those near Wegmans, that plaza, they're not cameras. If they are, I don't know.
Who's looking?
anything about
Who's
them. I think-
watching?
So does that apply to them?
Definitely remove that.
I mean, I.
Well, they're legal in Massachusetts. Can you have a speed, all right, doesn't the city of Worcester have traffic cameras, speed
I
cameras?
think I think Worcester and I think Boston might have a few.
So
Right.
if 2 cities
But
have
can-
it,
can
Massachusetts
you
would.
They do?
Well, 2 cities have it. The Boston and Worcester are the biggest cities, right? Oh, Springfield, but,
I think it may be useful to include that to get that feedback, even though we don't currently have them. If
Yeah, I wonder if
90%
people
of
would be
people
open.
say, yeah, that
Right.
item, which is speed cameras or police presence, we know that may be something we.
Yeah, it was just meant to try to give an example of what an enforcement might be, right? Everyone thinks police, sitting on the side of the road with a radar, but, there are other forms of enforcement as well.
So that's interesting. I was unaware that they're allowed in Massachusetts.
Yeah, I believe so. In the bigger cities, they do have them, I know. Whether they use them, on that I'm not sure. If they use them to ticket people, I don't know.
Okay, that's just an aside. And then my last question, how can we how can we help you get the word out to take this survey? And do you want to have paper copies sometimes they leave paper copies at the library?
At the library or at the senior center.
Right,
Yep,
town hall.
no, I would want to definitely do that. I think the first thing we've got to do, though, is get it up onto a site and get it set up so that we have a link that we can send out. And then it's just a matter of, getting the word out, sending out the link, getting the paper copies done.
Okay, thank you.
Comments, Lisa?
you have business district. I can't speak. I thought this was basically for residential.
It's actually for both. It's for thickly settled as well as business districts that do not have signs on them already.
All right. No, if that's the case. It's, I didn't know. I just remember seeing the signs at these different towns that you've talked about. Actually, there's a couple more in here that aren't listed. But it's right at the edges, and it just says if it's thickly settled, I think, right? What's
I
the
think it
actual
says
sign
unless
say?
otherwise posted,
Unless otherwise posted.
right, 25 mile per hour
25.
unless otherwise posted.
Yeah, I like that. Okay.
I hope it gets great response. I feel
I
like.
hope we get some response.
I think you will.
In my
Yeah.
mind, like, I see it going one way. I'll be curious to see if
Well, and that was sort of the interesting thing when Worcester did this, right, was I was looking at the results and they were not what I thought they would have been.
Yeah.
So it was sort of interesting to read that, which is what prompted me to write it the way that I did. They left it very ambiguous just to see who would answer what. And like, one of the things was only a third of the responders actually lived in Worcester. The rest of them commuted into Worcester and worked in Worcester, so I did leave that there as well. Are you a resident or do you come into work? Because they drive through the town just like anyone else.
True.
I've got a couple of questions. Above the first question, it says your responses are anonymous and will be kept confidential. Everything is public record, nothing's confidential.
Okay.
I would suggest removing that. You
Well,
can leave
but
it-
does he mean by way of the survey, like for,
Yeah, it
not
says
tracking
your
people's
responses
IP
are anonymous
addresses.
and will be kept confidential. You don't ask for names or email addresses anyway.
Correct.
So,
right, okay, yeah.
But I think, I am always concerned about putting something confidential in a survey or something like that, because they are public record.
Okay.
Just leave anonymous.
Yeah,
but give
just
it a
leave
confidential.
anonymous.
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah,
fine.
that's good.
And the demographic. That's a personal thing for some people. I am curious why you're asking that question and why that level of detail.
Well, I mean, I did put a prefer not to say, in
Yeah.
case people didn't want to say. And that was one of the things, again, that came out of the Worcester one.
Okay.
Was it seemed like a lot of the younger people weren't as concerned about speed enforcement as a lot of the older people, which, if you think about it, that makes sense.
Sure.
But seeing it in that format, made a lot more sense.
I could see, like, breaking it down into like 3 age groups for drivers. And, 16 to 25, 25 to 40, and 40 and up, or something like that. If you want this level of detail, I'm fine with it, but.
Yeah, I mean, that's how they had broken it down in Worcester, so I sort of used that as my template.
Any other comments, questions?
Could you put in Berlin and Bolton? Because I know they both have them. In the implemented are, because that's where I've seen the signs.
Sure.
And then I was just going to ask again, if you could remind me, Bill, when you're targeting to have a survey up, and then how long it would stay open?
Targeting is going to depend on, when we can get the technology done to do it. I'd like to keep it up and running for a month, only because we do have the holidays coming up. People may not be around, people may not see it. So probably at this point, probably a month, I would think.
Okay.
I'm just a little concerned that that's not going to give us enough time to be able to get ready for the annual meeting, the next annual meeting, the town meeting. Because we've got to take all this information in, figure out what we want to do, then there's a process to go through to even request this before we can bring it up to town meeting.
Do you need to request anything of the state or anything else, or this is just internal?
I think it's just internal, right?
Just internal.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I think we would probably
Yeah,
have time
I
to-
put together, the Traffic Safety Committee is meeting next Tuesday.
Right.
And at that point, they can, consider all the changes, approve it. We'll talk about who's doing what. I assume there's some survey software we're going to use, SurveyMonkey or something. I'll work on the logistics with, I think we have some technology-driven folks on the committee. And I'd like to get it up there before the holidays and keep it all the way through the holidays and, middle of January, late January.
I think you need to put something in about Santa Claus then.
if you're naughty and don't take
He's
the
watching,
survey.
he's watching.
Drive a motor vehicle or sleigh.
Or sleigh.
I assume
That's true.
that once the survey is available, we can send it out through the town news and put it on the town
Yeah,
website and everything like
absolutely.
that. And that
Yep.
generates, those type of emails generate a lot of response, because there are
Right.
thousands of people on that list.
Yep.
You could also use the graphic of a bug on the windshield. With this little hat on it.
All right. Okay, there is a motion prepared if we want, I don't think it's necessary, but we can do it if we want to. So,
I move the board to vote to issue a resident survey regarding a possible speed limit reduction as presented in an email by the Traffic Safety Committee Chair included in the meeting packet.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any other discussion? All those in favor say?
Aye.
I see that as unanimous in favor. Thank you very much on that one.
Thank you.
We've got some more things with Scott. The heavy commercial traffic vehicle exclusion. At the last meeting, we had some discussion about that, and we wanted to continue that discussion.
Yes.
I don't think there's any new information. Nope. I had asked a question of Steph, which I suspect she probably reached out to you on, which was, is it feasible for us to do an exclusion for a finite amount of time to sort of gauge it? Or what does it take if we do it and decide we want to flip back in the other direction? And it sounds like there's no way of doing it, like just approve it for a year and then it ends. And it sounds like if we try it and we want to untry it, or we want to revert later, we have to do another survey.
That's correct. You have to do another traffic study with a report to
study.
DOT, and the decision is theirs.
Okay.
If the truck exclusion gets lifted or not.
Gotcha.
And I don't know what type of data would show that I'm guessing it would be intersection movements and congestion problems at the intersection, 135 and 20. In order to do that, we'd probably have to capture another week's worth of data in advance to have something to compare it to see, is the queuing difference, is the queuing range different? How many cars sit there and wait for a traffic cycle to get out?
And if would it be similar, right, if we wanted this to go to the state and say, okay, we would need that similar data to say you need to push back the line, right? Because then trucks would need that wide berth, that line would have to get pushed back. We would actually need real-world data of queues and all that to make that request.
Yes. Yep.
So we would do that, not the DPW, not the DOT.
Yes,
We would be responsible
responsible
for
for
doing
that,
the
yeah.
data to new request. I was under the impression that once you got a truck restriction, you got a truck restriction. So
Yes.
how many do you know of that have been rescinded?
I don't know of any.
I don't
I
know.
reached out to 2 engineers I work with. Neither of them have done it. I did look through the regulations that were, the policies that were sent to me, which indicate another traffic study. In the event you wanted to do it sort of provisionally, at this level, the local level, that's okay, but we would need to get traffic counts like right away in order for this to go forward in the wintertime. Otherwise, we can't get traffic counts in the winter. You can't plow over the counting tubes, and the old days of somebody standing there doing this, it's a little too expensive.
Yeah.
And I-
Prevailing way.
I just don't, I've never seen a let's
Yeah.
trial it.
Yeah, I wanted to ask the question, not to suggest it, but as understanding that there are different opinions on this. We have, particularly for Summer Street, we have, residents that are very interested in that, but at the same time, the Traffic Safety Committee was cautious about that, as was staff, was cautious about implementing it with very good reason. We don't know factually, if we did it, we don't know exactly what the results will be. We know, there will be more trucks taking that turn between South Street and Main Street, but we don't know exactly how many and what
Well, we don't,
would happen. Yeah.
right, we really don't have any idea, because there's no data, to my knowledge, of how many trucks come up to South Street and then take a right onto 20, or onto Summer Street for that effect.
Right.
We don't have that data. What I did notice while I was out helping to decorate the town the other day, is there was a big tractor trailer coming out of Summer Street, going toward west, so it had to go around the mobile station. And it came.
Summer Street?
No, did I say church?
You said
This
Summer.
is a church.
You said
Thank you. No, wrong place. And as I'm doing my bow and I'm looking and I'm watching this truck do this magnificent turn right around in one lane. He didn't go off to the fore, he just went zip, zip, and off he went. And I'm like, oh, and I don't have a camera. I can't believe this. Shocked that was so perfectly done. They know how to come out, they know how to turn, done. So if it can happen from the Church Street taking a right, why can't it happen from the South Street taking a right?
Well, in the traffic study, there was a diagram, one of the figures shows clearly the turning radii for the truck. Where is it? It's going with the 2 aerial images. those are the tracking lines for the vehicle's wheels. A WB50 is not gonna make any tighter of a turn than this. This is the tightest turn they can do. I don't know what vehicle it was.
It was the 18-wheeler, the white with the, I think with the red letters, IXO or something like that. I've seen it around town, and they're downtown quite a bit. As I said, I was like,
Yeah.
oh my God, what's the problem here? Because when they did the design in that downtown area, they did it, the state did it. The state has to be responsible for what they did. It's kind of crazy to go, wow, it's up to us to take care of what the state's roads are supposed to do, when in fact, I think our responsibility is to the residents and not to what's happening on Route 20. Now, I'd like to actually ask the chief to come up and talk about any problems that have been seen downtown or any gridlock happening because of this truck issue. And maybe he can shed a little light on what's happening on, coming into Summer Street as well.
Thank you. As far as I think you received my memo as far as the accidents on Summer Street, and as I said, I didn't think there was going to be a lot, and I think the data shows that there just wasn't a lot. The near misses we don't have data on that, obviously. That could certainly happen. So we're not seeing an issue with accidents on Summer Street. There's no issue on the gridlock per se, I guess. Like if you were on 20, taking a left onto Summer, is that your question?
No, you're on 135, and you're traveling to 20,
Yeah.
so you're heading north.
Right.
And you're going to take a right to go east.
Yeah, I mean, I think you get the occasional rogue truck that might go down, and so we're not seeing, I've had no complaints for gridlock on either that end or the 20 end.
Okay.
Typically, if a truck or any car were to take a left onto Summer from Route 20, that can get a little hairy there.
Right.
Even a car taking a left, it's like, just the other day, I was like, do I have enough room to clear this pass? So we haven't received any complaints for gridlock at that location.
Okay.
There's plenty of other locations in the center of town we get complaints on, but not at that location.
Okay, so it's safe to say that when you're having the trucks that come through, and it's interesting, because I've seen truck traffic go east-west very easily, but I don't see an awful lot of turning in that I don't see trucks. And like I said, when I did see that truck last week, I was shocked. Oh my God, look at this. But as you say, coming into Summer from 20, they put the island in there specifically to narrow down that opening, because I talked to one of the neighbors about that. And it, as much as it's helped a bit, the way the sidewalk is configured up, and it's so narrow this way, and the trees that are from the neighbors often are in the sidewalk, that when they're walking, they feel very helpless, yes, vulnerable, because when somebody does come, even a car, and the speed they're coming with most of the times, because they want to get off 20, they don't want to hold up the line, that they come around that corner so quickly, and it's so close that they don't feel comfortable. And I know that I've seen, again, my experience in driving in trucks, I've seen a small truck, probably what's considered a panel van, try to get up the street, and it's not, you couldn't have any other vehicle coming the other way.
Right.
There just isn't enough room.
And that wall keeps things tight in that location as
Yeah.
well, and it has a narrowing effect. Anytime you have a vertical element adjacent to the roadway, it doesn't matter if it's closer or not, it feels closer, and
Right.
the lane feels more narrow.
Yeah, and I know exactly where you're talking, and when we had Route 20 closed down last month during the railroad crossing, we had to develop a plan where that was like our only route where we could send all the trucks down. And we had an officer positioned on Summer and School, and another officer on Summer and Route 20, and then another one up at South and Summer, just because we couldn't have two trucks going there at the same time. They wouldn't get by.
Right.
So we had to have them stop. So,
Right.
again, you do get the rogue truck, knock on wood, we haven't received any complaints.
but I know where you're talking about, and that is a narrow spot.
Right, and that's my greater concern too, is that spot. I mean, if you were to be as crazy as we did with Maple Street, you could do from there to the stop sign on Summer, but then you'd have to take a right or a left if you're coming from 135, which doesn't really make a lot of sense. But the danger zone and the safety of that portion, I believe, and we've said that the study that's already been done, they do qualify.
Yes.
And I think that we've got nine people on the letter today that signed it, and I think we'd be really, would serve the community well to put a truck restriction on Summer. And, I would, that would be my recommendation.
Any other,
This has been a really tough one. I really appreciate all the thought that's gone into it on the part of the committee, on your part. My gut is also to put the exclusion in, just because that's a very narrow, highly dense neighborhood. And when those trucks go by, it's very noticeable, and it's affecting quality of life based on the feedback. But if there's, I don't know, would it be an option to put up like a temporary road closure and say local traffic only for a couple of weeks, just to see how the trucks manage that turn?
Not without a reason.
Okay.
It's not our street, right?
But no, it's our street, but I
Okay.
just,
Okay.
I mean, I can't put up, if something happens, and we have to have the road open for a week. knock on
This
wood,
sounds
let's
so
hope-
shady.
Let's hope that doesn't happen.
I
And everything is saying, everyone is saying, the Traffic Safety Committee and staff agree, trucks don't belong on Summer Street.
Yeah.
The sole reason for the recommendation was what potentially could happen
Okay.
at the 20 intersection. That was the sole reason.
Okay.
And if the decision was to go forward with a possible option to request a rescind
Yep.
in a year or two, then we'd have to get some data showing the existing conditions
Okay.
first. So that would be the
Perfect.
process,
Is-
I would suggest.
Alternatively, and this is for Scott, before we would go back to letting trucks on Summer Street, we could ask the state to do something on Main Street, right?
You can ask, but they're not going to do anything. I don't see them doing anything. They just did that intersection, and there's really no room to widen the curve with the building on the corner. Michelle's building, we can't even get our sidewalk machine through there. We have to snow blow that intersection. So, the only way to go back to them, I'm sorry, Bill, is to have existing conditions, data on vehicle movements, and queue distances, how far back cars wait for the traffic light before they can get through, and then see if those things change drastically after the truck exclusion goes in. So every intersection has level of service. Level of service A, you pull up, the light's red, it turns green, you go forward. Level of service F, you sit there for 5, 8 light cycles trying to get through. So every intersection is somewhere in there, and that would be part of the analysis to see what this truck exclusion did to the functionality of that intersection.
And the understanding is that these trucks are coming up 135 and using Summer to get to 20 to get down to 495, is that?
I mean, I know a lot of the Harvey's trucks go there for the dumpster maintenance facility behind us, and I'm sure there are other small haulers that go that way. I'm not sure a lot of long haulers would end up on 135. That's just an odd place to be.
Right, because so the trucks on Summer, are we talking about, it seems like, right, what we're talking about are 18-wheelers or smaller vehicles?
This would
Smaller
include,
being relative, obviously.
this would include a box truck, oil truck, Northborough Oil, our F600 dual-wheel trucks, landscapers with trailers.
But they're included, they're going to go on there.
No, not unless they're doing business on the road.
Well, yeah, so an oil
Yeah.
truck is supposed to be delivering oil, hopefully.
Right, yeah,
and,
but if they're cutting through like a lot of us do to get that in that direction, they're not passenger vehicles, they would be excluded from doing that.
Right, it's a 5-ton, right? No, 2.5 ton.
2.5 ton, yeah,
2.5
5,000
ton.
pounds.
So that's, that's a little bit bigger than your average man truck.
Right, but I think the image of like an 18-wheeler all the time isn't necessarily the case. It's not, because I'm trying to, in my head, and maybe I had the misunderstanding, I'm like, where are these large trucks coming to and from? Like, why are they ending up down here? And it sounds like it's maybe a higher volume of not 18-wheelers, but still significantly sized vehicles, like examples that you just gave.
It's probably short distance haulers, furniture delivery, local businesses. The other truck exclusion is Rice Ave. I don't think there's any tractor trailers running down Rice Ave.
Right.
There's really no purpose for them to be there unless they got to Allen Street, saw the aqueduct and, turned up the hill.
And so in the image that you have there, the turning radius, what size vehicle is that modeled after?
That's a WB-50, so that's a conventional tractor trailer.
Okay.
So it's something you would see going up to a Dewey Pile. Those are the long
big
FedEx
ones.
ones.
Because again, you get down to that entrance and it doesn't allow, that's another reason for truck restriction. If you can't get two vehicles in an intersection or on the road.
Right.
It's part of what the DOT doesn't allow the movement. They don't say it's okay. If you have an emergency and there's one truck coming one way or a school bus coming the other way, you have to look at 8.5 feet from mirror to mirror. And any vehicle that can't do that, two vehicles at the same time, as the chief said, it's not, you shouldn't be having that kind of traffic there. Or make it a one-way. You can make a choice and make it a one-way.
We have one member of the public that has their hand up. Are you okay if we take a break from our discussion?
Sure.
Public, and we'll continue. Doug Stone. If you could identify yourself for our meeting minutes and let us know what's on your mind on the topic.
Yes, Doug Stone, 33 Bridge Hill Road. And yeah, I understand that is a narrow spot there on Summer Street. I do travel it often. And I was just thinking, hey, well, Lisa's got a good idea, maybe one way. But what about considering a truck exclusion on Summer just between Route 20 and School Street? And then letting people go down to School Street, because ultimately you're trying to not increase the traffic flow in the center of town, which is already a bottleneck. And so, and my second comment is that I think long range, if you're going to get a maximum use out of the old town hall, you've got to really figure out how to utilize Blake Street. And so we don't need any more traffic downtown. One thought is that if you're, why not stop, and I know we don't have control over this, but why not, if you're going westbound on Route 20, have the traffic stop at that railroad tracks, and now you've got eastbound Route 20 traffic that can take a left on Blake Street, and
We're getting
along
a
with the
little
other
outside
traffic
the
that's
scope
going eastbound.
of what we can talk about here, and certainly Route 20 is all outside of our purview
Yeah.
anyway. That's a state road.
Yeah, so anyway, I think long range, you don't want more traffic downtown, because I think you've got to open up Blake Street. So that's all I've got to say.
Great. Thanks, Doug.
Thank you.
How, do we know how many trucks per day currently go down Summer Street?
We have the numbers, and it's
Yeah.
between the 5% and 8%.
Yep.
Obviously, putting in a truck exclusion on one segment of Summer Street would result in large vehicles having to make a pretty uncomfortable turn at the four-way. That's very
Yeah.
awkward, just in a regular passenger vehicle if somebody's in the other direction, so.
Yeah, so that would be a tight
Yeah, either
turn.
you take the street or you pretty much don't, I would think.
Yeah, I agree with that. The intersection as a whole of South Street and Route 20, that is a state intersection, correct?
All state, correct.
State.
Yep.
Yeah, the way I'm thinking about it is I see why it is good currently for trucks to go down Summer Street from the viewpoint of the driver, not from the viewpoint of the resident, viewpoint of the driver, because it's not a great intersection for trucks. I think that's valid. That's the state's intersection. I don't think we should say to the residents, we're going to continue to allow trucks on Summer Street just because the state hasn't done their intersection right. Now, I have no idea how, I'm not a traffic engineer, I don't know how that intersection could be improved, but that's not our job. I think our job is to consider heavy vehicle exclusion on Summer Street, and I think we should. And, you know, with that, send a message to the state, yeah, this is gonna make a, you know, it's gonna be a little bit harder on South Street and Route 20, fix it.
And this will be part of, you know, this is part of the report. The engineering report's required to be submitted to the state with the request. In the request letter, there can be a little narrative that this was a point of concern, focusing it on their geometry.
Yep.
Not our concerns of traffic, but concerns with their geometry.
Yeah, I mean, if they're making the decision, hey, you know, theoretically, don't do this because we want the trucks to go on Summer Street. Summer Street isn't meant for those trucks.
Right.
It really isn't.
So as far as, oh yeah, go ahead, Bill.
I just want to ask one question, and Scott, you might know the answer to this. I know we do have to bring this information to the state. Can they say no?
Yes.
So they could say, no, tough, we don't want you going through our intersection.
They'll have, we submit the alternate routes, this is the alternate route, they'll look through it, if they don't feel that it's safe for that intersection, they'll deny it. They've denied it also in other instances where the alternate route is not a reasonable route, it's far too long and, you know, cumbersome for drivers.
Like Brigham.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, this is an extra quarter mile of driving.
Yeah.
I think they would have a hard time justifying that. They allow trucks in that intersection now.
Right.
Plenty of trucks use it already. If they want to put a truck exclusion on that intersection.
Right, I just wanted to set expectations, that's all.
Yeah, no, but I appreciate that they will look at this, and ultimately it's their call after us.
But by putting an exclusion and forcing larger vehicles to make a precarious right turn for a unknown amount of time until the state maybe does or doesn't do something, does that improve traffic safety for all the residents going through the center of town and all the people
Unless
commuting
I mean, we
through?
know a lot of trucks take that right turn anyway.
I don't know, do they?
Yeah, I mean, I think they do. Not, the regular route drivers, the ones going, you know, in town, they know the shortcut. But, you know, if you were just following your GPS, it's probably not gonna send you on Summer Street.
It might.
Actually, it does.
It does?
Oh, yeah, it
Okay.
does.
Probably does, yeah.
Yeah.
Lincoln and Pleasant are the same thing.
Okay.
That way.
Yeah. I don't know, I mean, I agree, there's no good answer to it. That's why I was asking the question, hey, could we see? Because we don't know, we don't have data we can't gather on current truck volume. I would love to gather it, but it's a cumbersome and expensive process to go ahead and start to, you know, count all the trucks on an average day, both Summer Street and simultaneous, taking that right turn.
Right.
I'd love to have it, but I don't think it's worth it to get it.
So we ready to,
So
Make a motion?
you have the data, you have everything you need to submit, correct?
Except for
right,
the
and a
action
letter
of this
from-
board.
letter from
Yep,
us,
okay. What's that?
a letter from us asking for that.
Yeah, so I think a motion from the board.
How do we write it? Was it talking about the letter or talking about support of the truck?
I think we just approve a heavy commercial vehicle exclusion for Summer Street.
Okay,
And then staff deals with the letter and everything like that.
okay.
We have a standard letter that we've used in the past.
Yeah.
It indicates the vote, the date of the vote, so they're aware of its legal authority.
Okay, and the support of it, yeah. Okay, then I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to move the board to vote to issue a heavy commercial vehicle exclusion on Summer Street.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Scott, that gives you everything you need to go forward. Any other discussions from the board?
We have to vote?
We do
Oh,
have to
yeah,
vote.
okay.
The time for any other opinions?
No,
Thoughts?
I'm ready
Okay.
to vote in
We
favor.
good? Okay. Hearing nothing else, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, I see that as unanimous in favor. Thank you very much. I appreciate this is a complicated issue to both of you,
Yes.
so this is why they pay us the big bucks.
Okay, now the other question then is, do you want to talk about Rice now or do that at another time?
I mean, we can talk about it now, it's on the agenda, or, you know, I don't think, I don't have as strong of an opinion on Rice Ave.
I think the vast majority of the concern on Rice Ave comes from, excuse me, local businesses driving fast. You know, landscapers doing 35 instead of 25, delivery trucks driving fast through the area.
What part of Rice are we talking? The whole length, or,
Yeah, we did both segments. So I segment it between Whitney and Allen, and then Allen and Colburn.
okay, because
We did counts on both.
I actually followed a FedEx 18-wheeler across, down Allen Street, across Hudson, up Rice, and down where Howie Stone's
Yep.
farm is.
Yeah, that's probably what I just
And-
described, somebody coming down Hudson Street and looking and saying, oh no, do I take a left or a right? And they
Oh,
inadvertently.
because of the arches? Yeah, no, he was coming down Allen, he wasn't going to take a right, left.
Oh, he was coming down Allen.
He was coming down Allen, crossed over Hudson, went up, because I was going, you got to be kidding, I can't believe that's actually going to make it. And I followed him all the way to Barefoot Road. And it was just, that, again, that section is so narrow. And at the time, the Stones were having that wall replaced, or whatever it was, a culvert.
The culvert replacement, yep.
And they were concerned about the weight on that. I think that was somewhat repaired once the culvert was done. But again, it's a section of road that, because you've got two areas of industrial coming down from, say, Bartlett Street, coming across, East Main, down Allen, crossing Hudson, going up. And that intersection alone, just getting up the hill, is crazy. So I think that's that, and because it is such a narrow street, there's already a 5-ton truck exclusion from, is it from Whitney? That goes
Barefoot
down
on
Rice?
It's from,
Bless
let's see,
you.
at the intersection of Church and Whitney Street, there's a truck exclusion there. And then there's a weight restriction from Barefoot north, heading out of town for the railroad bridge. The railroad bridge has a 5-ton limit.
Okay, but if I'm on Winter Street and I go to Rice,
That's the only place you can turn. If you're in a tractor trailer, unfortunately, on Winter Street, sitting at the intersection with Rice, and it happens, we all are familiar with the stone wall that gets taken out frequently. They're not supposed to turn right onto Whitney. Then I can't turn left onto Whitney. They'd have to go straight on Rice. They have no other choice. So,
but there is a sign, there's a 5-ton limit, and it's before where the railroad tracks, I think, go underneath the road. So is that must be Whitney Street.
Whitney Street, yes. Yep.
So, but if you're on Winter and you're a truck, you're not supposed to go across.
You
if
can't
you're
go
bigger
anywhere.
than 5
You
tons.
can only go straight. So part of the report indicates that if a truck exclusion on Rice Ave was to be implemented, you would also have one on Winter Street and Allen Street. Winter Street, you can't go on Winter Street because you can't go anywhere. You stop and you've got truck exclusions in all three directions at the four-way intersection.
And then what would happen with the truck that comes down Hudson, sees the arches, and has to turn?
You would have to go on
He'd have to
Allen.
go left.
Toward East
Yeah,
Main.
he has to go
Toward
on
East
Allen.
Main, yeah. So the short section of Allen between Rice and Hudson, as well as all of Winter, and then all of Rice. So that would be kind of a truck excluded area.
And you mean the short section is from Hudson up to Rice?
Correct.
That intersection, so that's also
That would
called
all be
Allen?
truck, that would be all truck exclusion. Yep.
Okay.
But the issue is speed, not just trucks. I appreciate that, especially that first turn is pretty crazy. That's,
Yeah, both ways, when
Yeah.
you're going either
Yep.
down to the cemetery or up to the other side.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it's something that I think we should, not just table completely, but tonight, I think we probably want to get a little bit more participation maybe from the residents. We got a lot of participation from the Summer Street residents, so if they're out there and listening, call in.
I can also look through speeding history there. I know the chief does a really good job keeping records, and I believe there's speeds on the counters as well.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you.
other thoughts? Are we okay tabling that for now? It can come back anytime, whether a board member wants it, traffic safety committee wants it, residents wants it.
Yeah, I think the other thing we had looked at was the fact that we did not have numbers for Winter Street, right? That was one of the other concerns, is we have numbers for Rice Ave, but we don't have numbers for Winter Street. So if we were going to add that, we weren't sure that we could do that without an actual study of including Winter Street.
My only other sorry, my only other question is, when would this exclusion come into effect? So this has to go to town meeting for a vote?
Nope, nope. So the process is, on Summer Street, you've approved requesting it. We get the letter together, get it over the Mass DOT District 3 office. They review the engineering report, they review the raw data, the request. If they approve it, they send us a letter back saying, you are authorized to implement a heavy commercial vehicle exclusion. I then come back to the board, you enact the exclusion. I notify Mass DOT that you have enacted the exclusion. They then authorize the signs to be made. They make the signs, they send them to us, we put the signs in.
Thank you.
Yep. Quick process.
I feel like
Months.
you're not serious. Okay. I'm hoping like weeks, but months is okay.
Maybe a Valentine's Day. That's about it.
Thank you.
It's a government week.
Yes, a government week, exactly.
Very good. So next up, within that same topic, a general update of work to date from the Traffic Safety Committee. I think you included a memo. It ended up in our most recent packet. So we've all seen that. Did anyone have any questions? Is there anything you want to specifically report? It looked like it didn't get into this packet.
It wasn't in this packet, it was in
Oh, yeah.
the last meeting's packet. Scott had gone through our minutes and put together all the votes that we had, so thank you, Scott. And the only other thing I had is I think somebody had brought up about electronic sign, and that we had brought that up in the meeting about moving 4 feet over and setting that up on an electronic sign. What we intended and what actually happened was we had used the temporary electronic sign that was put up for the fire station vote.
Okay.
The one that's still up there now. And one of the things we did ask Scott is in the springtime when we go forward with putting up those signs for the annual town meeting, if maybe we could put them up a couple weeks beforehand, just to remind people that it is state law to move over 4 feet for walkers and bicyclists.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
Would that be on the trailers?
Yeah, the ones on the trailers, yeah.
Can they put all that information on there?
Yep, we had it on there after the vote on the fire station.
Okay.
We had it up there for a couple
8
weeks.
characters, 3 lines, 3 screens, but nobody does 3 screens.
Right,
2 screens.
yeah, they're on,
That's all I can read.
right. Because I did have a couple residents say to me, what is that? What does it mean? So I don't understand, like what usually happens is they have like a bicycle or a picture of a bike or something like that, or walkers, so that people understand that. But it's hard with like you said, 2.5 screen, you
Right.
read in and out.
Any other questions for traffic safety? At Bill's attention?
Thank you all for what you're doing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Bill.
thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Thanks. Moving right along, next up we have Jason. Finance Director update on obligated funds for allocated ARPA projects.
Hi, thanks for having me here
Hey, Jeff.
again.
Hi.
Well, I'm here to report that you have about $500,000, just shy of $500,000 left to allocate from the remaining balance in ARPA. The memo in your packet kind of reflects the status of the allocations that have been made previously. I've been in contact with all of the parties that have been allocated funds from ARPA, and everything on the report are projects that are active and underway, and don't foresee those numbers being reallocated in any way, with the exception of the memo that's in the packet from the school department.
Meaning that they wouldn't mind reallocating.
No, there should be no further reallocation of the funds. There's a memo in the school department asking to reallocate the balance that's showing on one of their lines.
Is that 12,000?
It's $16,144, I believe. That they're going to request reallocating that to further projects.
Yeah, that's a little bit later in our agenda. That's the one that came in a little bit late, so it's highlighted in yellow on the agenda, but we do have information.
So, I don't have an elaborate presentation for you tonight, other than mentioning that the balance is $500,000, and I'm going to stay while the remaining agenda items play out tonight to keep track of the remaining allocations, because by my math, there's more requests than available balance there, so there would be a priorities
Unless
that
you
have
can
to
go
be
in
in
the back
place.
of the room and print money, we're going to have to make them.
And I can't.
Yeah,
Let me
I
assure
have
the viewers at
question
home
there.
that I cannot.
So of the projects that have been allocated already, there are a number that have outstanding balances right now. So in your memo, you did say that the various departments really insisted that everything would be allocated. The biggest one that's outstanding per this list is the LED streetlights. Have we
Right.
signed a contract on that?
Right, I believe, Scott Charpentier is here tonight, and he was working actively on that. I know
Yeah.
that was Tim McInerney's project
Right.
that he shepherded through and made the requests, and I know we've had some discussion about it recently, and I see Scott coming up here.
Thank you.
I'm sure he
you
can
all.
give
You
asked, you shall receive.
Long time no see. So
Give you a
where
more
does
accurate.
that I mean, that was one of our largest projects that we've allocated ARPA funds. It's important for safety and for energy savings and everything else. Where does that stand?
So we've gone through 90% of the design work. The 2 bid packages have been opened with recommendations for award. 2 bid packages, one is materials from light suppliers, and the other one is the labor to install them. I expect tomorrow to get the draft contract between us and the contractor who's going to be doing the installation, as well as the draft procurement package, which shows, all the advertisement, what we did. It goes in our procurement folders, and the expectation is to award both contracts in the coming week or two.
Okay.
December 19th was the deadline for us.
Okay.
Internally to the consultants.
Yes. I would maybe think about the 16th. 16th is our next board meeting. If there is money left over or any action to take, or if it falls apart and we need to reallocate or risk losing that large sum of money, I'd want to do that then.
Okay.
So that would be just my own request, is get it sorted out by then. I'm very happy that it sounds like it's on the brink of actually happening.
It's on the right track, and
Yeah.
it's getting there.
And you think there are sufficient funds to make this happen?
There are sufficient funds to make the vast majority of it happen.
Okay.
So we have 2 types of lights in town. We have Cobra heads, which everybody's used to, and then 3. Cobra heads, decorative, and wall packs. We have plenty of funds to do all the Cobra heads. I want to say there's like 75 maybe. Decoratives, those are far more expensive. So I'm waiting to see where the final numbers are for the award, if we can fit those in or not.
And that answers the next question that I would ask is, do you have too much money where we might need to reallocate some to something else? But the answer is no. You'll spend every
I will spend everything
you'll
you're
spend
getting,
every
don't
penny.
worry.
Okay, that's good. And then when it's done, or when the contract is underway, something like that, let us know what is left to be done for that. So, we can consider it for, obviously not ARPA funding, because that won't be available, town meeting funds, grant funds, anything like that. Do we want to look for to finish that out?
The way the timeline is working out so far, we can award all the Cobra head replacements, do the Cobra head replacements, obtain the National Grid incentive funds back from that replacement. You don't get those monies until the work is done, and then apply those funds to the decorative to get the last kind of phase done.
Excellent.
That's the goal that we have right now, and it looks like it's going to work in that way, so.
Questions or comments, not just on the LED item, but on the list in general?
I have a couple.
Sure, Lisa.
Find them, hold on a second. And I know you probably don't have the answer to this, there's one Scott may have, but the Proctor roof,
We'll just make you an honorary report.
hang on, yeah, that's right, have a seat, have a seat. So the Proctor roof has expenditures of the 55,288 of 2005, or maybe that's a Jason answer. Do you know what had happened, where the bulk of the 1,619,000 was?
That was just the prior year. So the project's been completed.
It's been completed, so is this 55 left over?
No, that's what was expended this current fiscal year.
Okay.
So the small amount that was remaining of the project that was under contract, and I believe the roof was completed prior to the close of the fiscal year, but I think they had some punch list items to go over with the contractor.
Okay.
And the final payment got made this fiscal year, this fall, I believe.
all right.
Yeah,
Is it,
there was some leftover money on the.
That went to the
project,
courts,
and-
right?
And we reallocated that to the, yeah, that's right, it was the basketball
basketball
courts.
courts?
Right.
Okay. And then it kind of question, like, we gave money for the roof drain, which was 38,000, but when you had the roof done over, what happened to that roof drain expense?
I think that was just in addition to the work that was done under the roof drain project was in addition to the roof that was done for.
So the roof drain was done earlier,
Under the $1.7 million allocation.
Okay. All right, and then we have the municipal building assessment. And it looks like there was 6,000 of 20, and 25, this one around, but then when you have an encumbrance of 5,600, how come it's broken up like that? Different people did it?
I believe there's various invoices being billed for that. That's
So we signed the contract. Encumbrance is money that is appropriated to the contract work. It just hasn't been done yet, so we haven't been invoiced for it yet. So for example, the streetlight project, you authorized the $400,000. The vast majority of that is going to be encumbered for the work to continue. That'll be encumbered before the end of the calendar year so that the ARPA funds are appropriated. So the money's being used, it's just, and it's allocated already.
But for the municipal building asset assessment, I thought we already had that in hand. Didn't we look at that? It was done in October?
Yeah, we
of
have the
last
facility
year?
condition assessment. There's ongoing software costs, so we can purchase, I believe it's 3 years is our max for the software lease, but we don't pay for it until we do it. So that's what those funds are going to be for.
So that's for the software. It's good to know.
Yeah, so for the people listening, the word encumbrance is equivalent to the word obligated. So obligated is a federal term, encumbrance is a general rule a general term we use in Massachusetts for accounting.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that, of course, we've had a lot of questions coming in from a resident. And some of the information that I've read, I don't know if it's in this packet or another packet, that has a more in-depth discussion of what has to be done in different buildings than the one that we originally had from October. Because that was just kind of glazed over with like 3 things, and I think one was, in case of point with the police, it was the pipes for inside the building.
So that was a summary report, that facility condition assessment report, that is a summary report.
Okay.
There's thousands and thousands of lines of data behind it. You know, every piece of mechanical equipment has an ID code on it. We know the manufacturer, we know the year of manufacturing, the model, the make, the life expectancy, the year it was installed. All that information that's the stuff we paid for. The nice little narrative is a good way to present it to the layperson, including myself. But I mean, Sean's our facility manager. He's used a variety of different equipment software to manage and maintain the operations.
Okay, so if we were just to use that one building as an example, and that was just a little summary, is the data that you have just online? Is it just a computer piece of 4,000 pages or something online? So that's how you would go and refer to it?
Yep, so we can go, January 1st, what filters need to be replaced? There come all the filters that need to be replaced, we replace them, it gets noted in the software that it was replaced. Our vendors actually do it's like a QR code type of thing with an app. And then it goes into the software, and we know that filter was replaced, and if it needs to be replaced more frequently, for example, the next time he goes out there and looks at it and has a note that it should have been replaced earlier, there's something going south with the equipment. If you have to maintain it more often, eventually, it could be problematic, so.
Okay, but this sounds like it's more smaller items, like case in point with the rusted out door in the back of the police station. That wasn't mentioned specifically, pulled out anywhere. Where would you find that, and how would that be? Did they have all the doors? Did they decide all the doors? Do you know what I mean? Like the question was from a few people, why are the big things that we can see that were called out? So is it somewhere on that, say, 4,000-page document? Is it there someplace? Because it should be, because it's part of that maintenance package, or is the maintenance package more the smaller items?
But to the larger items, I mean, a $7,500 door would be part of an overall envelope assessment. So that was for windows and doors.
Okay,
It would not go around and say, well, that window's good, that one's good, that one's not, that one's not. It would say, all the windows on Town Hall are past the useful life, they should be replaced, or they're functional but, non-compliant for insurance, for insulation purposes. So
Okay.
the more critical components, air conditioning, heat, lighting, water, sewer, things that you absolutely have to operate, that's primarily the focus. The roof conditions.
okay, but this, so what I'm trying to understand too is that, you buy an assessment package, you have to know what the parameters of the assessment are.
Yes.
And that's all, I'm trying to put that information together. So you're saying that the general envelope was not?
It was,
Or-
but it was a general envelope, not assessment of, North Door 3, North Door 4, North Door 5, there's 4 garage doors at the
Yeah.
police station. They looked at them all and they said they're okay. Does that mean one doesn't need to be replaced in 3 years? No. But there's not a systematic or a systemic door problem, for example. So the primary focus is on big ticket items. With the air conditioning unit down in the MIS GIS department went. That's $30,000. And that's something that we can't live without because those computers get very hot, those servers. Those are the types of things that they focused on. And we'll capture a lot of data and we'll be able to see what's going when. I mean, every single air conditioning unit on this building was put in at the same time, and one of them just went. So it's going to be, another one's going to go, and then another one, and then another one.
Now, in the case of that air conditioning unit, is it the ones on the roof that's where the condensers are, or?
Yep.
I think they're
Condensers up there, air handlers right behind you with that little vent thing.
Okay, so but that's just for one room, that's certainly not for one floor?
Oh, it varies. It'll take up multiple spaces.
Okay,
Especially this building, which was broken up and divided up into odd little squares, smaller than the classrooms. So we have offices that don't have heat.
right. Well, and then we have places that the bathrooms have the windows left like this, just to
Yeah.
get the cold in. So
That's-
is there any way to readjust some of that so we're not throwing out heat to the air and making it more efficient? Because I'm not quite sure what our
We
heat.
just engaged consultants to do existing conditions, measurements, and HVAC design for replacement at this building.
We get back to this list and any questions, particularly on the remaining balance of these items.
Okay.
Hopefully, we will hear at our next meeting that everything has been 100% allocated. I think there's a possibility if something is not 100% allocated at the next meeting, the board may opt to change its mind on something, just to make sure we don't spend the money, and that's my way of hinting out to everyone, sign these contracts, get things going. We have decided we want to spend the money on these things, so we want them done. We just don't want to risk losing the money and not being able to do anything.
I have a question for Scott. So this memo that you sent out, the sidewalk update,
Oh, yes.
okay, so all of these projects, we have not obligated/encumbered money for, correct?
Are we ready to move to the sidewalk item? I mean, it's-
You're off the ARPA?
Yeah, if we're done with the general update on obligated funds for ARPA projects, we can continue along with
Well,
the agenda.
I mean, it has to do with
Okay.
number 2 on page 3,
Okay.
DPW sidewalks. We've
Oh, yes,
already
yes, yes,
allocated 203,000 and change.
Yeah.
What was that for?
So you'll see on the sidewalk, oh, no, actually, I don't know if you have that.
It was for the design.
$203,150 for preliminary design, survey, and cost estimates for Gale Monroe, South Allen, and Hudson, and then a short
Gale.
section of Maine.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, South Street.
Okay, Okay, so then these are, okay, I'm clear.
Okay,
Thank
and
you.
the other 73,450, I think it was for final design and permitting for Maple Street.
For Maple.
Great, okay, thank you so much.
Yep.
Any other questions on Jason's sheet? Okay. I think we're good.
Okay.
You are welcome to stay up there. I suspect, Jason, we will
I'll
have
stay up
questions
here.
for you as we go along.
Scott's doing a great job. and-
Please stick
Yeah,
around,
you
buddy.
guys just hang out.
I'm going to make a suggestion that sidewalks is the next item on here, that maybe we push that a little bit later, because sidewalks could easily eat everything that we have left. There are other requests for us to consider, rather than
Right.
do the sidewalks first and not know.
Right, I agree. I
Yeah,
think we should
I think
discuss the smaller.
Do the smaller items.
priced items.
And my suspicion is based on, prior board talk, whatever we have left, we're going to do sidewalks.
Well, yeah, but that didn't mean you took even extra things in to
These
make
are-
the numbers smaller on the sidewalks.
Yeah, we can say no to some of these. These are requests that came in through Steph that different department heads requested. We should review them.
And there still is a balance of 500,000 that has not been obligated whatsoever.
Yeah.
So,
So,
Included in what we already have set aside for sidewalks?
well, that's what I think he's saying.
yeah, we have a total of $500,000 left that has not been appropriated.
So if we spent this, there was 633,000 on sidewalks, and
Yeah, if we spent 500 on sidewalks, we would not even be able to consider the other items that have been requested. I think we should give them consideration, weighing against sidewalks and any other priorities that the board has. And then we'll see where we are. But I anticipate we will be allocating a lot of money to sidewalks tonight. Because if we allocated all the sidewalks now, we can't even entertain those. I don't think that's appropriate to the
Yeah,
department.
I think they all merit a discussion.
Yes,
at least.
yeah.
well, I just want to make a statement, though, in the beginning of, when we talked about this in 2002 and started to try to get some stuff together, when we left our meeting the last time, and I asked to have things set for here to talk about those items, I didn't realize all these other things were going to be coming to the table. There's a lot of
did.
stuff here. We didn't talk about that at the time.
We did.
We asked to have department heads
Yeah,
do
we-
that at the time at the meeting.
We asked board members that,
Yeah.
and Steph, if there are any other requests, this is going to be the time, because we're not going to have time to do it after this meeting. Yes, that absolutely took place at our last meeting.
So I was not clear on that, and I want to add a request.
Okay?
Sorry. So we have been talking about White Cliffs, and Lori needs $75,000 to do the design to remove the additions. And I think it would behoove us to throw that in the mix, because if we allocated that money, we might get those additions off more quickly than waiting for CPC, which I think is the current plan.
That is correct, Julia.
Thank you.
As luck would have it, I don't know, luck, I went through that giant spreadsheet that we had put together early on to see what of those items we have not put any money into. Not a lot of money. I had that as an item of $15,000. So there's at least a placeholder for some amount of money to do that, but we can decide that. What I'll do is I will, in the continued ARPA discussion item, I've just added $75,000 White Cliffs additions design.
Thank you.
I think it's actually 7650. There's a report that we already have a price for.
76,500?
Yeah.
Okay.
Isn't that right?
Well, I
can-
thought Lori was asked.
I'll ask Lori.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know if she,
Yeah, I remember there was some discussion. I knew that she was talking to CIP, but we can entertain that.
Okay.
Although if that was a priority for Lori, wouldn't it have been brought to Stephanie to bring to the board tonight?
they just started asking to get that. I think it was discussed
This has been discussed for a while.
for a
Yeah.
while. They've been talking about this for a while.
Yeah,
so.
I know Lori had a discussion with, I think it was with Diane just before you joined, about whether she had any requests for ARPA at the end, particularly regarding White Cliffs, and I think her priority was going towards CIP. I'm reluctant to put words in her mouth about that. Obviously, we can fund that, and yes, that absolutely would get that started sooner. So, all right, I've added that. Does anyone have anything else that we want to add for discussion
Yes.
to our list? Lisa?
I do.
Okay, sure.
So at the Design Review Committee, we were supposed to go, this was months ago, when we talked to the board to get signage that would bring the town together, part of the downtown revitalization. We talked about this, what shapes, what municipal buildings we would use.
Okay.
And we had talked about the police station, the town offices, the library,
Some municipal buildings.
some municipal buildings,
Yeah.
to have a brand, so to speak.
Sure.
And because what we had out front looks
Yep.
like a hotel sign and whatever. So we did do the research on that, and I do have documentation, I just don't have everything here to show.
Okay.
But that placeholder that we're talking with the White Cliffs, although I know that report's done, we put aside, we talked about doing 3 signs now:
Okay.
police, town offices, and library. Not all 6 or 7, but
Okay.
those 3.
All right.
And that a budget of like 19,000 would be good.
I mean, we can talk about it if people want to talk about it. I would be reluctant to, without, do we know how accurate those prices are?
Yes, I did get and I'm getting an actual quote from, but this has been going on since June, so
Yeah.
what we had to do was have the meetings, decide on what the shape was, decide on where we wanted to put them.
So, for example, for the library, that
Yeah.
has to go before the library trustees. It would be completely improper for us to dictate a sign for the library without involving the trustees. We should involve, if we put one in front of the police department, we should at least consult the chief. I like the idea of having better and consistent signs. I don't remember what the sign is in front of the library.
There is none.
Okay. Well, there was, I'm on the trustees, a number of years ago, we did have a discussion about a sign, and I don't remember whatever happened with it. It was 6 years ago, probably.
So
yeah.
what I'd recommend is placing that for the next meeting or the last meeting for this amount, so people can see what it is and what it looks like. Design review went through and okayed what the style was.
I'll look to you for your thoughts as to whether that provides enough time because we would need to appropriate the funds. You would then need to sign a contract.
So that would be December 16th?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that would be no big deal, just a interdepartmental contract between myself and the department. But I guess then you will see how much money you really have left.
Yeah.
That's at the end of,
I like the intent of what you're talking about. I am concerned that we don't have enough time in 2 weeks to do it right, understanding that your committee has already done some work on it.
Yes, we did it with, the letters were supposed to come out, people have been sick, the holidays and everything else.
So I think what you're suggesting is we reserve some amount of money from allocation tonight
Yes,
for consideration at the next meeting.
yes, and if need be, I'm recommending that we have one more meeting before the last meeting, which would be next Monday.
Okay, so I don't know if that then makes it even tighter.
Not for anything new,
Yeah.
but to finalize everything.
Let's see.
Unfortunately, I'll
let's-
be out of town, so I
Yeah,
wouldn't be able to-
I remember we talked about meetings for December, and there were conflicts. That's how we ended up with the second
Can you
and
Zoom it
16th.
I mean,
It wouldn't be long, it wouldn't be,
well, I don't think we need another meeting,
Yeah,
frankly.
let's see
but
where we are.
Let's see where we land.
What dollar amount are you thinking about holding on to?
I'm saying 19.
All right, let's start going through the items in the, that are open. See where we are, and then we'll take up White Cliffs, and then we'll have a discussion as to whether we hold some money aside for that.
Mr. Chairman, the White Cliffs was $88,000.
88,000, okay, thank you. Thank you, Laurie, for getting us that information on the fly. Okay. I'm going to skip over sidewalks for now. We will absolutely get back to it. But just continuing along, we have benches and tables, and I think there was a question as to whether we wanted to go with the original design of that, which was, we would need how much more money? $2,000.
So, yeah, in the memorandum on page 2, it outlines the costs associated with each one of the components. 2 benches with concrete pads purchased and installed at 4 West Main Street, $7,030. The, for lack of better terms, the T layout, which is the smaller one with 2 tables and a trash barrel, just shy of $15,000, and then the U shape, which has 3 tables, is $20,700. So depending on what you choose, there's either extra money left or more money needed, or
We don't want extra money left.
yes.
So in short, if we went with the U layout, we would need to allocate another $2,730?
That's correct.
Okay. I know that U layout was, I think, the original design from the Town Common Committee, and that, Julianne and I went on that walk, and we saw, and I knew you staked out the T layout.
Yep.
I've seen that.
Yep.
I know an email went out to the
Thank you
board.
for doing that. That was
Yeah.
a great visual.
So I think our.
Thank you for not asking for the
The only
U.
question on this is, we have sufficient funds to do the T layout, the simpler layout. I assume you would find something to do with the extra couple $1,000s that would be
Yeah, well-
related to this?
Yep, or you can just reallocate it and put it back into your coffers for what have you.
Yeah. So you have, those are firm prices that you have?
Correct.
Correct,
Yep.
okay, so we're.
Vendor quotes and contractor
Right.
change order quotes.
Or we can so we could spend $3,290 of that towards something else, or we could allocate an additional $2,730 and get the U-shaped layout instead of the T layout. That was part of the original design. That's basically our decision.
Could our decision be to, I mean, I have to tell you that this is a lovely idea, but given this or sidewalks, this is a want. Sidewalks are a safety issue for me. I'd rather put the 25,000.
I would object vehemently to the
I know,
idea of
yeah.
removing these. I don't, and it's not on the agenda to rescind.
I don't think that would, if we voted to rescind it, we can vote to rescind it.
Rescinding does have special rules under Robert's rules. I think we need a supermajority to do it without advance notice.
We can do it with a majority without advance notice?
Supermajority.
So we're talking about
supermajority.
rescinding?
I am not talking about
I
rescinding.
am.
Rescinding what, the,
The whole project.
The whole project.
That would kill downtown revitalization.
No,
It's the
it
only money
wouldn't.
we've spent on actual hard downtown
Is
revitalization
that
so
right?
far. Yes,
You know how
that's
much
it.
money we've spent on revitalization already? 250,000, 150,000.
Hard work out of that. The only other project that actually had hard results, we rescinded. That was the signs and facade project. I mean,
Well, and the facade project, I didn't like. The sign project, I liked because wayfaring wouldn't have been a bad idea to put, here's public parking. But I really think that we have some things that are a little bit more important. We already have benches there. You put a picnic table in that.
We have no picnic tables in the immediate downtown area, and we have no benches around 4 West Main. I mean, this is a pretty simple, low-cost project. We approved.
I mean, how much will we be,
You voted against it. The rest of us approved it.
I mean, how much are we getting back if there's a rescind supermajority vote?
I mean.
25,000.
25,000.
Actually, 22, a little under 22,000, because we know
Some of it's
we'll
been
have.
spent, right?
No, none of it's spent.
No, we haven't spent any money. This has all been done
That's why
in-house.
Scott said you
Any
could
recommendations
rescind.
for us?
I just think, you know, what a big proponent I am for downtown revitalization. I think if people saw something, it would excite them. And a lot of it is a visual, and that would have been, I think, a nice visual.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm okay if people want to say, let's stick with the T layout, the simpler layout, and reallocate $3,290 from the project. I think it's a huge mistake
I don't
to
think
say,
it's that big.
the thing that we did approve, and Lisa, you opposed it initially, so
right.
nothing personal.
I'm still going to say, I'm
You're
I'm still going to be opposed to it, and for
Opposed to
good
it.
reasons. It's not just,
The other four of us did approve it, and it's, you know, it's a good, really simple, relative to $4.5 million of ARPA money, it's really small money, and it has impact. And people will use these things.
I can't imagine somebody using the picnic table down there. That's a
I would have
park.
used it about 2 weeks ago.
You could use the benches that are there, too.
Yeah, you can't eat a sandwich that falls on.
There's 2 long benches that are under the pergola.
It falls on.
Can't eat that? You can't eat that?
I've tried. I've had lunch
And-
meetings on the
and
bench.
how many-
About time we became a sandwich family.
How many people have gone down there?
Do you eat in your car?
I used to eat in my car.
Yeah.
No, I'm not alone. People sit on benches. I've got a bench that I put up in front of my house. People sit in it, and I'm not downtown.
Right, you're on a quiet part of the street. You're in
Yeah,
a
it's not
quieter
that
part of
quiet.
the street.
It's a street near
I
church.
have,
Yeah.
so we have a difference of opinion. You think that this is going to be a real boon to downtown revitalization.
I think
I
it's-
don't see this as,
I mean, I guess where does the money go? I mean, we have
We could build
these
another 50
additional
feet of
asks,
sidewalks.
and then we have the sidewalks that are expensive,
Yeah.
right? So we have to weigh some things, and, I mean, I'm not against rescinding something out of principle, but I guess why why now?
Well, we've talked about it, we've talked about it more than once.
I'll explain my reason. So when we voted for the $25,000, at that time, we did not know what the project was going to be. Then when the project was explained to us, I had real second and third doubts. I think that picnic tables on the town common change a lot of what the town common is there for. It's not there to have, you know, parties at a picnic table. But even more than that, that area that the picnic tables would go to is a small area. Did you have time to see where the stakes were placed?
No, I did not.
So if you're sitting there, because it's small, the tables are fairly close to each other, wouldn't you say? And you're looking out onto the parking lot behind Bank of America. It's not the most pleasant part of the common for putting picnic tables there. Secondly, the benches at 4 West Main Street, I have rarely, but I have worked in that garden at 4 West Main Street, and we can't hear each other talk because the traffic is so loud. If the benches were for Blake Street, I think that would be appropriate, but putting it in front of 4 West Main, where we don't even know what that building is going to be, I mean, it just seems, I know it's $25,000, but it's $25,000. So that's just my opinion.
I respectfully disagree completely.
Okay, that's great, that's fine.
For the picnic tables, I mean, this is a park that's along Main Street. Any place you put anything there, even the existence of the park is on Main Street. It's already a busy road. I think the argument you're trying to make is that's a bad place for a town common.
Oh, gosh, no.
Right, well, it's the same argument applies. Gee, we have a bunch of benches, we spent hundreds of thousands of dollars doing a really nice town common there. There are no picnic tables there. So adding picnic tables makes sense, so people can sit and eat. There are restaurants that during the warmer months, and we've had one last month, people can buy sandwiches at one of the sandwiches downtown and go somewhere to eat. And I've done that. I mean, and I'm not alone. And for 4 West Main Street, this increases the marketability of 4 West Main Street.
2 benches.
Yeah, it does. It does. It shows a little, I mean, honestly, I would have been fine spending more money on this stuff, but $25,000 I thought was a good start for doing the smallest thing with downtown revitalization that we keep voting against and we keep pushing off and we keep rescinding, and we've got to do something about this, or no one will ever request a project from us again. They won't trust us.
I've asked several times to have that street parking painted, so you have a parking area and a sign that says public parking. That would do a great deal to let people know that there's parking downtown. Maybe you don't think parking is important,
Then it was.
but why would you go anywhere if you can't park it?
Where would, for the town common?
No, well, you'd go to the town, anybody that needs to do anything downtown needs a place to park.
A lot of people walk downtown. There is public parking down there. We need more. With
Right.
the acquisition of Blake Street and with what we're working on, there will be more. But people walk downtown all the time.
You walk downtown all the time.
I see people all the time. I bump into neighbors, I bump into school kids, go there after school, particularly
Yeah.
from Melican.
I mean, I would personally rather see you put a fence up at Cumbies across, so they don't cross down through the railroad tracks and over to the pocket park that's there now. It's dangerous.
That's a CXS.
I understand that, but
issue,
that's
not our
dangerous.
issue. I mean,
mean,
we're not
crossing
talking about putting a picnic table next to the railroad tracks. They're nowhere near each other, Lisa.
Well, no, I wouldn't
Yeah.
say that, but I'm
All right.
saying that kind of an area is like, you already have a picnic, you already have a bench, two sides of a bench in the fountain in the center. There's already two
Nobody
places.
sits on those because they're
You
awkward
can sit on
benches.
them.
Those are awkward
You
benches.
can sit on.
yeah.
The only
Pretty.
time I see people doing it is when we hold signs for
Well-
political things. That's the only time I ever see anybody up
Because no
there.
one really, if you look at that, you don't realize it's a bench.
I mean, I went and sat there, it was
Yeah.
really uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's not,
It's not a pleasant
Yeah.
place to sit.
yeah, I agree.
But what are you talking about? The,
Benches in front of 4 West Main.
any benches or
No,
the
the ones that are
current?
there now.
But sitting there, it seems like a very uncomfortable place to sit.
People, I mean, if you look at a city, there are benches along public roads, much busier roads than anything we have all the time. People sit, it's not just to sit and relax and enjoy the beauty, it's to relax. You're going for a walk, you get tired, you sit. You're waiting to meet up with a friend. I mean, when we met to do the site walk, there were, we could have, in theory, we did the walk, we met in front of 4 West Main. I forget who was, I think you were there first. If you wanted to, you could have sat on the bench.
Right.
People get a book from the library and go sit down in front of it. We just have that available.
I definitely appreciate where that's coming from, but my issue isn't like being on a stage where the audience is very angry and honking their horns all day, which is the only thing that it felt like, but my bigger concern is that there's a lot of uncertainty around what we're going to do with 4 West Main. And the
So let's
investment
do
for
something
the-
to make the investment better.
But if we sell it,
So we're not gonna sell where the benches are. Where the benches are is a separate parcel, the same parcel where the fountain is. The property line is right where the sidewalk ends. The benches would continue to be on town property. Unless we sold the land with the fountain, which I hope we never do.
I don't think you can by law.
Yeah, I have no idea. I'm
I
not
got the
proposing we
deed.
do. I don't, yeah, I
No,
don't.
the
and I
deed
don't
says you
think we would.
can't sell it.
Well, we can, if we thought it was a good idea, we could probably figure that out. I don't think it's a good idea. So
Yeah, the
we've heard a recommendation from the town administrator. I think it's a real mistake. I really
Well,
do.
that's,
Consider it.
again, if I'm a party of one, you might be a party of one.
So how do we move forward with a vote on this? You're saying that to rescind, we would have to wait for the next meeting?
I believe we would need a supermajority to do it without notice, which means 4
Is
out of
that
5.
right?
It's 4 out of 5.
I don't know, I
I
forget.
don't know that
I
that's
didn't know this
true.
was coming, I would have looked it up.
Me too.
Well, we can look it up.
I would have cheated.
Get
I
the
don't have a
computer and look
phone.
it up.
Where's my phone?
Do you want to go get it? I think we should check it out. This is something where I don't think I've ever heard that before, where you had to have a
I
supermajority to
have-
do that.
I mean, I guess, but where, everything has a level of importance to it.
Right.
And I respect the idea of competing priorities. But we do have almost $500,000 left. We do have about 208 in asks from my tally. And then a lot of money for sidewalks. Even if you rescind this, that's not like getting you another sidewalk project.
Yeah, there's no
No, but it
sidewalk.
could-
I just
They
don't,
could get
I just don't
something else.
understand, well, but what's some, I mean,
Well, why don't we do this?
but
Why
like,
don't
what's
we
something
hold
else? We
off
have
on
till
that?
12/31. Like,
Hold off on that for right now and go down through some of these to see which we feel is important and which isn't important, instead of just waiting on that to make that decision.
Well, we can make a decision to reallocate $3,290 from it because the project can go forward with that design without it, and we can continue to monkey around with the rest of it if we want to.
I personally, going down and looking at the picnic bench especially, there's trash, that whole wooded area there's trash in there. I took pictures of the trash. It's not a conducive area to sit there and have your lunch. I'm sure the neighbors, that they put the trees up so they wouldn't have any noise and
There's town
stuff.
common there. There are people that go through there all the time.
In the back end of it, there's not a lot of people that go right into the back end unless you're having a
multiple
fair.
benches back there.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
There might be more if we build a sidewalk back there, who knows, right? That's one of our sidewalk projects, right?
There's a
Gail wanted-
sidewalk that goes.
Well, it would connect it right to the park and the parking lot.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, this is such a small and important project, and this came, from requests from multiple people within the town, and.
Really? How come they didn't send
Well,
letters?
we would need,
Yes, we did get a letter on
to
this.
have a vote, we would need clarification on simple majority or supermajority, right?
Yeah.
So,
Can we get that?
Oh, of course.
Can you,
Right now?
well, if
I
you
don't-
want to
I
make
don't-
that decision,
this
that's
is
what
not-
we'd have to
This is not an
do.
important enough decision to.
I mean,
I mean,
I
that's
can't.
what I'm saying, like, Steph,
And seek
we're not gonna-
an opinion from council as to how to deal with this.
No, I'm not
that's
seeking
where I'm
an
going.
opinion
Like,
from
why don't we?
council. It's written.
And to your point, Lisa, why don't we continue the ARPA discussion? I'd be for saving a few bucks and say, okay, just continue with the cheaper T layout, and that rounds up a few hundred, $2,700, right, or whatever it is, and rolls that to something else, if you want to save a little money
Is that
somewhere.
a motion?
Wait a minute, let's slow down. You got a motion.
Motion, this is on the.
Yeah, that's because that's what you want. Slow it down.
I can make a motion, you don't
I
have to
can
vote
make a
for it.
motion something else.
What's that?
I said I could, sure,
I think
come
we
on.
should wait.
I think we should
We were
wait.
going through everything, and then we were
mean-
going to go.
yeah, I can make a motion, but I'm gonna lose the vote, so we could table it. and
So
just have
we're
it-
holding off on the 19,000
Let's do
for the signs, the library, police, and town hall signs, and then I'm gonna put
Well,
20,
that was, I
is it 20, it's,
can't believe we're having this discussion. I really can't. This is
Oh, well.
embarrassing. All right.
Okay, so what's the
Next
next?
up, police station siding and front entryway.
Oh, we already did that.
So,
Yes,
Scott, you
yes.
have sent us a memo. It says, of the police station siding project, $99,775 is available, and you're recommending that we use those funds to complete the siding on the rest of the building.
Correct. And we received a proposed change order from the contractor. I asked them to provide us a price to do all of the siding as opposed to a partial removal and replacement. The change order that they gave us was just a little bit under $95,000. In the event that was the direction the board chose to go, we would have a contingency at about $4,800.
And then there was discussion about the front entry replacement.
Yes, so Jason and I did what we often do. Can you use the money allocated at town meeting for this use? I read it, come up with my interpretation, Jason does the same. 9 out of 10 times we agree, and we agreed that it cannot be used.
However, you could go back to town meeting and reallocate it for the doors. It doesn't, just because it goes into free cash, that doesn't mean free cash is used for everything?
But that would be instead of the change order siding the entire building.
No, that's different.
You can use the money to side the entire building, correct?
That is correct.
So this is if we wanted to use the $4,800
For the
that is then
doors.
left over for the entryway without going to town meeting. We wouldn't have to, and it would be another $60,230 to do the entryway.
Correct.
So really, the request is, or the ask is, allocate $60,230 of ARPA money to do the entryway now versus going to town meeting to get that later.
Or it would be an independent capital request at town meeting under a standalone article.
Now, could you, say we did this, we put ARPA money into that. I guess the question would be moot at that point, because we paid for it.
My expectation is the work would be done under a change order to the current contractor. That allows us to streamline the process.
And we're talking about the door, not the other siding, just the door.
No, just the door.
The entry, well, we shouldn't say the door, it's the entryway, right?
The entire
It's
entryway.
the
Yeah,
whole,
the transom, as well as the rectangular glass and the
Right.
side windows and everything, yep.
now there you go, you could put 25,000 toward that, I like that idea. I have a question for you.
Mitch is like, yeah, you can put 19,000 too.
That's right, you could. I have a question though, what is architectural construction administration fee? What is that?
So any construction project, we have an architect or an engineer on it, you always have construction administration. So our architect is going to review shop drawings, he's already started doing that. For example, you're a contractor, you want to utilize these nails, this type of cedar siding, and this building wrap. You send those product details to the architect, he reviews them for compliance with the specifications as well as the building code, approves them as noted, or revise and resubmit them. In addition, the architect will be reviewing pay recs. Contractor provides a pay rec every month for the work completed to date. Architect will review that, make a recommendation to the owner on payment. In addition, the architect has scoped out 3 visits a week over an 8-week period. The total, so it's a time and materials contract. Almost all of the construction administration contracts I use are time and materials. If he doesn't need to be out there babysitting a contractor every 3 times a week, don't do it, you don't get paid for it. If we need more, then at least we have a rate. So I've got 3 visits per week, 3 hours per visit, including travel time for 8 weeks. And then 12 hours of shop drawings, reviews, pay rec reviews, substantial completion inspection, that type of stuff.
And how often have we done this with an architect on any construction project?
Every project I've ever worked on.
I knew you'd say that.
With an engineer and an architect, yeah. But it's, so,
That's different, right?
well, no, same thing, we're all professionals, we're licensed through the same board. So example, for the fire station, they, when OPM, owner project manager, their job is to make sure us as the owner are being treated fairly by the contractor and by the architect. Contractor submits EV charging stations. Submittal goes to the architect. Architect reviews it, does it conform with the contract drawings and the building codes and all applicable codes and regulations? It does, yes. They give it to the OPM for them to put in the record, and then the contractor can go buy it and install it. So it's a method of protection. When we do our paving contracts, I have a construction administration under that. It's more quantity driven. If sometimes we have contractors that aren't always the best, so we'll have a lot more oversight on contractors like that. If we have a contractor we have a great relationship with, they call me when there's a question, I come right out there, I'll do it myself, saves the town money. But if there needs to have somebody there, I don't want to use the term babysitting, but if you need to have somebody there providing oversight more, then, they just bill more hours toward it.
Okay, and you're saying an architect engineer, it's not like the same kind of an architect that would design a building.
Yeah, the architects
Usually do this work.
and/or engineers, any municipal construction project will have construction administration services and performed by somebody. I do a lot myself.
You do it for the town yourself.
I do it for the town
Yeah.
on a lot of projects, just because I don't want to spend the money having somebody else do what I can do.
Right.
I do it pretty well.
And now, Scott,
But I'm not an architect, I couldn't do this.
if this is, say, punted out to town meeting, and it does get approved, does it have to go through procurement again and a bid proposals and sort of all that over again?
If the front entryway is a standalone capital item, and the contractor has his work complete, then yes, we would have to go through full procurement. If the contractor who's doing the siding is still engaged, and let's say that he has punch list work, maybe he can't get to it because of the season or whatever, it's wet April, then the work could go through as a change order with the siding contractor.
Well, there's 3 things on this. So the front entryway is one thing, and you've got a price on it already. So did it go out to bid to get that price of 60? Where did you get 60,000?
We received the quote from Federal Glass on October 2nd.
Just Federal Glass?
Yes.
And there's a reason you didn't go and ask 2 other companies?
We've had good experience with Federal Glass. They're responsive and they do this work quite a bit. They just completed some entry work at the police station in Framingham. I had emailed over a list to Steph. I don't know, probably a half a dozen safety-specific projects. I don't want to have whatever, and I don't know, some local company who does glass entryways and has no experience with public safety buildings or jails or secure buildings.
Right, because this needs some sort of electronic device to open it and shut or lock it from a different place.
And it's a substantial amount of work. I mean, there are alternatives to doing the entire entryway, but I don't recommend them. One of them is just doing the glass, which doesn't make any sense because the framing is
Right.
failing.
Right. But Federal Glass is not going to do the floor,
No, we have a mason coming out to do the floor.
and that's in addition to the 60?
That's going to be done in the next, I don't know, couple weeks, 3-4 weeks. They're rebuilding the chimney at the highway garage because that fell.
Okay.
They're doing the floor at the police station, and they have one other masonry, they have a little bit of masonry work here at Town Hall to address.
Okay, so the floor is the whole entryway, goes up to the,
Just the repair. There's an infill where there's a rug
yeah,
for some weird reason, and then there's some broken tiles where the entryway is. So we'd be replacing those, not doing the full floor.
so, but you should match,
We'll do our best to match, yep.
because the last match was pretty bad.
We'll do our best to match. I don't believe we're going to find the exact tiles, but we'll do our best to match.
Well, even if you could do a border, that would separate one section to another.
Yeah, the border on the knockout, on the square would make a lot of sense. It's the other areas.
Right, because they're raised, some of it's raised, it's not even flush.
I know.
So that whole area really has to come back and,
Yeah.
and maybe, create some sort of a change from one piece to the other, because it
Right.
really does.
Yep.
It needs that. But that's something you're taking care of.
Yep.
That's a total different thing than this.
Correct.
That's just
Correct.
an
Yep.
addition
We
to.
got masonry repair work that's being done down on our buildings, and that's one of the things they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, it seems, we're making an investment in the police station, with the siding, now we have an opportunity to re-side the whole thing. To me, it would make sense if we have someone on site now who's doing this work, we can do a change order for $60,000 that doesn't, come out of our taxpayers, but from federal ARPA funds to complete this additional piece and make a further investment into the building for the long term. To me, it seems to make sense. It's the building that's used every day by the men and women of the, Northborough Police Department, and the people that come and visit and people that they bring in, and public groups that use them as meeting space. So, to me, yeah, I mean, I just think it's a worthy investment in the building, and because we've already made these additional pieces, right? So we're siding it, we're spending all this money, to do these, to have that building for the long term.
So just to be clear, you're in support of $60,000 and change from ARPA for the window area at the police station?
Yeah, I mean,
I understand.
Yes, I am.
No, I actually agree.
yeah, I mean, I think it makes sense. We have somebody on site, we can get the work done, we have the funds available to just get it taken care of. We don't have to take it to town meeting and then, see if it passes or not, or if it gets lowered, and then we, can't do the work, and then we don't have ARPA to backstop it, and then we have this ongoing issue. I mean, even the siding project, just that alone, we've talked about for months. We got to a resolution on it as a board, which is great, and we can make the additional investment doing the whole thing, and for a little bit, for more money, it's not a little bit, but it's a good chunk of money, we can get that front entryway replaced and fixed. I think that's a worthy investment in that building, which has to last our town and our police department for a while yet.
Right, and I agree with you on that, but you keep going back to to the 94,000, that we haven't discussed yet.
Right,
We
so I
just done
mean,
the doorway.
I'm
So we're just
talking
talking about the
both.
doorway now. Yeah, that's the question. He's talking about doing both, the 94,000 and the 60,000.
Well, we have,
So the 94 is from town meeting appropriation.
Correct.
So that, we don't have to allocate
That's
any
not from
ARPA money
ARPA.
for. If we didn't want to do it, we could direct you to
Yep.
not execute that change order.
Right, I'm just looking to find out what the pleasure of the board is relevant to the change order that can fit in the budget to do the entire police station siding, and that's based on past conversations we've had about the project.
And I appreciate doing as much as we can to make that place look great. I'm a little concerned of doing replacement wood that you didn't have to replace. The back of the building is more garage doors than anything else. Because it's there, and I think you talked about this, if the contractor is there and sees the need, I'd rather do it that way than to just take almost the same amount of money to do the whole building.
The vapor barrier is absolutely failed. There's no question about it. I don't need an architect or a contractor to tell me that. It's absolutely failed. And that's one of my primary goals is encapsulating the building. You can't piecemeal, I mean, you can piecemeal vapor barrier, obviously, but it doesn't provide the enclosed barrier because you have areas that have not been replaced. But, you're correct. There's large sections of siding that have not completely failed yet.
And well, the reason I say that too is it's shiplapped. So when you're putting up the cedar, it creates its own insulation because being shiplapped. Well, the only thing that the rosin paper does is help with air. And you're just saying Tyvek, which also helps with air. It doesn't help anything with heat, it just helps with air.
Right.
So in some cases where it's, they would know when they started to take it apart if they were going to need to do that. And that, it would seem to me that it would be better to wait and be more cautious on certain areas that didn't get a lot of weathering. Again, the back of the building is very small in terms of the cedar. And it's not exposed to the sun.
Yep. It's
So-
high, it's high, and it's an expensive area to work.
It's high, yeah.
And you're gonna maintain access to the doors below. It's different when you're at a police station. They have to be able to get in and out of their garages pretty rapidly, and we can't close that off. But yeah, there is less on the back, and it's seen less weather exposure.
Could probably use it to be painted, but maybe not necessarily have the siding completely replaced. Obviously, the front needs to get completely done, which I know is part of the project. And
Yep.
Yeah, it's already been bid out. So,
do the front and the sides for a little bit less. I don't know what that cost would be to go to 100% on the sides.
But again, as an investment in the building, to do it all the way, like we can do it within the original allocation,
Yep.
which seems like a huge win.
Yeah.
With cedar that the majority of the board wanted, we can do the whole building, and you can do the barrier and seal it better, and again, make that piece, as just an investment in the building within the allocation, costs us no more money. That's even, outside of the 60 that's needed for the front entryway. And I would just be on the side of while we have the funds to make these investments, let's do it. Because we don't know if we'll be in the same economic shape 5, 10, 15 years down the road, where if we don't, and now we need to spend money, is it going to be there? Or is the town going to be as
Yeah,
open in making these
I
investments?
lean towards, because we can do it, eventually we will need to do the back anyway, is just.
We're also going to have to paint this thing every 5 years,
Yeah.
or what we should be doing, right, about
Yeah.
every 5-ish? So that's another town meeting allocation we're going to be asking for every 5 years.
Yep.
Do we also want to go back and ask for money to redo the back, because we didn't do it
Right,
7 or 8
yeah,
years ago?
having consistent materials around.
Right.
Consistent age, consistent wear, makes a lot of sense. I am good with your suggestion of using the additional money to reside the entire building. I didn't think we'd be there either. That's good. I lean towards, I think to preserve money for sidewalks, I think I would lean more towards not using ARPA money and going back to town meeting, and town meeting has always been very supportive of the public safety buildings. This is an appropriate item to do. That's where I lean on it. It's worth town money to do it. Just which pot of money?
Not a big ask when you look at the CIP list.
Yep. In addition to, we originally proposed $540,000 for the siding, and we're getting the whole thing done for half that.
Right.
I think it's reasonable, my own opinion.
I have a question for Scott. So, of the money that's left over that will be used for more replacement of the siding, does that include the vapor barrier that?
Yes.
Okay,
They would strip all the siding off, all the existing vapor barrier, replace what sheathing needs to be replaced. I'm guessing it's very few panels, but we don't know. All new vapor barrier and siding. So you have a full envelope outside of the penetrations.
okay. And what happens if they take off a bunch of siding and the vapor barrier looks great? Or is there no vapor
It
barrier?
won't. It won't. But,
It vaporized, right?
yes, yes.
Rosin paper actually does pretty well for a long time.
They would likely overlay it. If it's left exposed on a windy day, you won't have to worry about taking it off. It'll blow all over the place. Because it's like thin crepe paper. You bring the cedar back and you just take it off, and it's just a little, and the paper turns into dust when you do that. So,
Okay, and so our decision also includes whether we vote for 60,000 and change for the window or bring it to town meeting, right? That's,
Those are
I'm
two
hearing
separate
two.
things.
It'd probably be
Right.
two separate
Those are
things.
two
Yeah,
separate
yeah,
things.
yeah,
So-
yeah, okay.
So, and maybe we
So
should just,
two votes here, right?
right, there should be
I
two
mean,
votes.
If we bring it to town, if the only vote tonight is ARPA for 60,000 or no ARPA for 60,000. If we don't, my assumption is it will go forward to town meeting, and then we would see it again
You'd be voting on the warrant
when it goes up,
article.
when we see the
Right,
warrant.
Right.
Yeah.
And that would tie up the building's envelope for another, like, right now, when you're working on the building, you should do it all at the same time.
I tend to look at projects that way. So, okay, so we're going to vote on that.
Well, I personally think you should do in two different votes. You should do the entryway, because you're asking for new money from ARPA,
Do we need a vote
Oh,
for the
okay.
No,
entryway?
we
right?
just-
You're at-
We just need like a-
entryway.
You
We
need
don't
a vote on the
I mean,
entryway.
sorry, not the
The
entryway,
siding,
the
we don't need
siding.
any vote on.
I think you do.
On the siding, all I'm looking for is a straw poll from the board on whether you'd like to engage the change order or not.
Yeah, I
Scott has the budget for it.
I understand that, but we also know that there's going to be other things coming down the road. If it's not necessary,
If we,
Why-
I mean, if we want to say no, yes, in that case, I would say a vote to direct staff really to not execute the change order for the additional siding.
right,
That
Or you
we
could- or
could
you could
entertain
put-
now if we wanted to.
right. Or you could put the caveat in that it would be under, if it was necessary. Because I'm assuming that all the trim is already in the first quote,
I think we either say do it or
Right?
don't do it.
yeah.
Correct.
So we've got all the trim work that's being done. And then what about the chimney? Remember, we talked about the chimney, and you said we were taking care of that.
No, we're taking care of the communication gear.
That's the
That's the
$32,800.
$32,800 for all the comm equipment on the building.
To take it on and put it back.
Take it off, replace a lot of the materials. The fasteners are old, you should replace the fasteners. A couple of the tripods, they don't make them anymore, so you can't even get the feet for them, so you replace those with fiberglass omnipoles. There'll be upgrades, we'll say, but not like operational upgrades, just newer equipment, because the stuff is really, really old.
Okay, but that little chimney itself is rusted on the top, now, that's what the contractor's gonna go back up there, fix that, once you take the stuff off, and put it back,
Right. Yep.
and that's part of the 109.
Right. One of the challenges with not engaging the change order is the process of material acquisition. So contractor knows he's putting up, whatever, 500 square, or 50 square, let's say. Building 75 square, he's putting up 50, so he buys 50. 50 shows up on the job site, a month later when they finally get it from the mill, and then all of a sudden, we want to replace another 20 square. Well, you got to wait, because, it's not available. So it's not like it's, like me when I do something on my house and I just run down to Home Depot, get a couple more 2x4s, because I don't know how to count, and I don't know how to cut. So these guys, they get the truck comes, it comes once, here's everything you need.
I think the question is, do we want to do it or do we not want to do it? If we want to do it now.
Right.
If we don't want to do it, then we just say don't do it.
Project just goes forward as it's currently bid.
Yep.
Remove what needs to be removed, make sure you do all of the front. And we'll have our architect out there 3 times a week to observe progress and see if it needs to be removed or not.
So, I mean, I could make a motion that we could vote on just for the sake of doing it, so that there's clear, direct, on the record direction to Scott on how to move forward.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to direct, and I can correct it as needed, to direct DPW Director Scott Charpentier to execute the change order to complete the siding project of the police station
The $94,937.
in the amount of $94,937.38.
And that would be from the alley, we're not talking about ARPA money, we're talking about from the town meeting appropriation.
Yes.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Excuse me. Okay, no other discussion. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, opposed? Okay.
Opposed.
One opposed, 4 in favor. Motion passes. All right, you have your direction on that.
Thank you.
Scott. Back to the ARPA item. So $60,230 of additional ARPA money, or do it later for the entrance. I don't think anyone's suggesting we don't need to do the entrance. Really, the question is where and how.
I'd like to make a motion for the board to allocate $60,230 to do the front entry replacement out of ARPA money.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Say no. Okay. Motion passes.
Okay.
Not as passionate about this one as I am about benches.
Benches, yeah.
We'll get back to that one.
Okay. All right, so we have allocated $60,230. We now have, by my count, $439,532.61. I'll just keep a running tab. I'm sure Jason is keeping a more accurate running tab of money. Next.
Gonna say, where you going?
On this, select board meeting room upgrades, $50,000. Steph, do you want to tell us a little bit about this one?
Yeah. This was, let's see, so Diane received quotes. It was $32,000 for new meeting room furniture. You'll see there's a couple of schematics. Carpeting for $5,400, audience chairs for $7,300, and window blinds for $5,100. We just thought it was a good idea because it was a common room. Lots of boards, committees use this room. The public comes in. We have swallowed the pill that we're not moving out of the town hall for a long time to come. So it would just be nice to add a little refresher to this room and many other rooms. But
Okay.
it's at the board's purview for that.
Thoughts?
So I love the idea, and I think it looks beautiful, and it's definitely something.
Oh, I thought you meant now. I was like, wow.
No, I'm talking about the design
Yeah.
and the layout. My only thought is I would rather do this in town meeting in the spring or a future project, just because of the ARPA money wanting to be designated for the sidewalks. But I love the idea of having a spruced up meeting room and a place that
Yeah.
is more enjoyable for all of us to come and meet in.
Right.
So that was my first thought.
I'm not clear on meeting room furniture. Is that this furniture?
No, it's new furniture.
To replace
you
this
would
one.
Replacing this.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think,
Do you like this?
I kind of do.
I don't mind it. I don't like how it's separate, though. It just looks
Well, this would
odd.
be the example of the replacement. right?
Yes, correct.
I wish, what we had is more flexible. This is partially flexible because they're individual pieces.
Right.
This, I think, looks beautiful for a board meeting, but it is completely inflexible. It's one solid piece of furniture.
Yeah,
rather than
a
it's-
lot of them,
Yeah.
the pieces, there's two pieces that are put together, so you can almost set it up, oh, gosh, I'm not gonna do it.
Yeah.
Side by side, so you could have two looking across and then one in the middle. It looks nicer, it just looks very odd. But again, this is a wish list. You asked, you shall receive.
I love it. And I
Yes.
love the idea of, some nicer
Yeah.
windows and carpet.
That's,
I definitely like,
Yeah.
that can be changed
that I would say.
without a
Yeah,
question.
the window, the carpet, honestly, this whole
Yeah,
floor,
well,
the
the
whole
whole
building
building's
needs to
Yes,
go.
I just had to get a lozenge. I swear this carpet.
Yep.
Oh, absolutely, it's gross.
I
I agree with Laura.
I don't think it's worth $32,000 to replace these desks. The new one might be nicer. I don't think this is $32,000 of bad.
Right.
The carpeting is well more than $5,400 of bad. But I think we should look at it more holistically.
Yeah.
And the chairs, I appreciate that those wood chairs are probably not the most comfortable to sit in for long periods of time.
I don't know, they look
We wonder why
pretty
people don't
comfy.
show up.
They show up when they want to.
You know,
I'll second that.
yeah. The blinds, yes, I don't know if the chairs, $7,300 for chairs? I don't know. I'll trust that they are what they are, and the blinds obviously need to get replaced. In this building, Seth and I talked about this item a little bit before the meeting, and it occurred to me, this building, I was initially thinking, gee, we should definitely spend more money on the offices before our meeting room. But really, there are so many meetings with outside people in this room.
And our staff uses the
Yeah,
room
it
a
gets
lot, yeah.
used. It's, for a lot of people, other than the hallways, the first view that people have of the town of Northborough's government. And I think improving the appearance of this room is worth some money, and I could easily be convinced to do something in here first. But my leaning is do it more holistically unless you thought there was an intent of saying, let's have different carpet in here. Right now, it's the same carpet that goes around.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, have different carpet here, and then hopefully in a few months, if we're able to replace the carpet elsewhere, it might not be the same. And if that's the intent, I could be convinced to spend the $5,400 and maybe the other, it said the $32,000 on the tables, I would not be in support of spending that much money on them.
Steph, can you just update us on, because there was some money allocated years ago for town hall improvements.
Yes, so I think we were at, and Scott can help me out with this, 800,000. Out of that 800,000 is the study for the HVAC system, isn't that correct?
Correct,
So
correct.
we've used about 150 so far with the kitchen that was designed and some carpeting, what
Right,
else?
and there's also an,
$350,000.
yeah, the $350,000 for the HVAC systems here.
Yeah,
So my hope is that we don't spend any large portions of those two articles until the design and recommendations are done for replacement of the HVAC systems in the building. That way we know what's the cost to fix the heating and air conditioning and air quality in the building. Do we need more funds? Do we have enough funds to do that in the carpet? Is there a phased way to do it so that some areas that aren't so bad can be addressed later? That's the most pressing need for this building,
yeah,
is the systems.
right.
We don't,
If there's a possibility, Scott was saying that the mini splits were less expensive and we could have them separate for each room, we might be able to complete the whole every floor with carpet, correct?
Right,
I-
yeah, and you
but
could
it's
phase
just-
it. So there's,
It's a waiting game.
yeah, it's early in the process, so I don't believe we would be in a position for this coming town meeting. I think we're almost doing that tomorrow, feels like.
Right.
So it's going to take some time to get the design done, do some alternatives analysis, work through the building department, because once you meet a certain threshold for expenditures, other things need to come up to code, so we want to make sure we don't trigger anything inadvertently. But that's the most pressing need for the building, is the air quality and the air conditioning.
Well, I do remember, and I've talked to Jason about this, that there was a town meeting that was allocating money for carpeting replacement, and it was never done. Did you find out, was it 216 or 212?
I think the only articles I'm aware of are the ones that we're talking about right now.
So you never found the carpet one?
No, I don't,
Okay, I will spend time and find the carpet one,
yeah,
because
well-
it was a lot of money.
Well, regardless, we don't have any active article for it, so
So, well,
there is no article for.
Well, if
Well,
it was
capital?
allocated in a time period, right, and it was allocated, so where the money went, whether it went into free cash or not, I would feel more comfortable finding the article and then taking, as Laura said, taking this to town meeting so that we could at least get the carpeting and some of the different pieces that need to be done. Because this building has been just like the police station and every other building that's been left for so long that I saw the allocation for this and went, that's 1960s carpet. There's no way that when that was reallocated, that was ever done. So, once I find it, then you can choose how you go about where the trail led. Like, did it come back into free cash? What happened with it? I think you have a notation when you do something coming back from free cash for an allocation that wasn't used, right?
Well, yeah, it would be an interesting exercise, but there's nothing actionable that could come of that, because there's no active article of it with money available.
So-
We have no borrowing authorization that's unfilled. If it went back to free cash, like in some time period, because that would not have been during my time, because I have no memory of that at all, but we did have, soon after I came here, the two articles that we're talking about. There was one, the CPA article for $350,000, and then we reallocated a lot of bond proceeds from a bunch of older articles as part of the $800,000. So those were the two that I was aware of, and I'm pretty sure under the $800,000 article, carpet replacement was conceived of under that. But as Scott was saying, that the HVAC and takes priority over it.
Right. But I'd like to do what Laura said, I'd rather take this and I'd get a little bit more research and be able to do at least the carpeting.
We have funds adequate right now to do the carpeting with what's remaining out of that $800,000. And it can be spent on carpeting
For the building?
for the building.
But you're recommending
type
it
of-
be spent on HVAC?
No.
Yes, the air quality in this building is poor, and it's not just because of the carpet. There's
I
no-
beg to
there's-
differ.
There's no fresh air exchange. There are fresh air exchange requirements in buildings now. There has been for decades. This building doesn't have that. We have air conditioning units, one that's already broken, and the rest of them are all the same exact age. If you've been at the Health and Human Services Department, the air handler there sounds like an angry monkey with a hammer in the middle, in a drum. And that was my office, and it was very embarrassing when people came in to buy a cemetery
Vivid
plot,
description.
and that thing was banging away at them. So there's needs from the air in the building.
Scott, I have kind of a silly question about that. You know how there's all these rebates for upgrading and making things energy efficient? Would we be eligible for anything like that?
That's one of the things the engineers are looking into.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
So,
Okay. Oh, sorry. Laura, did you have something?
Can we double check if there's going to be other, I agree prioritizing the HVAC is important, but can we get a review of what else would be impacted if we were to do a total carpet redo? You had mentioned before of other effects of that.
Yep.
And I 100% think they're both critically important to do, so I appreciate the urgency.
I mean, I do like the idea of making investments in a building. $32,000 for furniture seems expensive, but, you know, you're not going to Walmart to get, you know, it's going to be expensive wood, you know, furniture.
Not gonna be wood,
What's that?
won't be wood.
Or whatever it is.
I love these ones.
I love those chairs, I'm
But to tell
sorry,
you
but
the
I love
truth,
those
this
chairs.
furniture
don't
might
sit in
look
them.
better with you
I've sat, I have sat in those chairs for 20 years, so you go sit back right down there, buddy.
If you total up the requests in the agenda, and if we approve them all, you would have about 291 left over
I don't think that's right, because
That
you're
was
you're not, you're not
Outside
taking
of
up the.
sidewalks.
outside of sidewalks, I'm sorry. So this piece outside of sidewalks, you'd have about 291 left over. You know, even if, looking at the whole $50,000 request, if we don't do that, that doesn't, there's only so much sidewalk we can kind of complete and do, like, because of the size and scope of those projects. So, again, I kind of go back to, you know, yeah, $50,000 for furniture and carpet and blinds and chairs does seem like a lot of money. But the money's available now. Is there value in making an investment now with money that's available that we don't have to go to town meeting for?
I mean, the sooner we do anything, that's good.
Right.
This building needs a lot. This room needs a lot, but this isn't the only room in the building that needs a lot. My concern to some extent is thinking about this room separate from everything else. I
Yeah.
think there's probably an advantage to thinking about the whole thing.
Yep.
I don't really want to wait too long on it. You know, it sounds like not this coming town meeting, but the one after, you might be able to have all the HVAC stuff sorted out if we needed some additional funds for that.
That's my preference, is to get a path going forward to meet the needs, HVAC,
Yep.
roof. I mean, obviously, if we end up going with mini splits, we got all these units on the roof we got to get off. At that point, that's the right time to fix the roof.
Yep.
Carpets, you know, there's a list.
Yep. But you have that money now.
Yep.
Not for discussion tonight or decision tonight. I wouldn't be opposed to spending some of that money now on some of the things we know that desperately needs to get done, the carpets and blinds and things like that, understanding that might put HVAC at risk without some additional appropriation, because in that case, we would need some additional appropriation to do it anyway, to do the whole thing anyway. And the carpets don't need as much engineering work and design work and things like that to go ahead and, you know, and get that started.
So I'm confused.
Me too.
We'll leave it up to Scott and what he gets back from the engineers and
Yeah.
the cost that we're looking at.
Yeah, my thinking is it may make sense to prioritize the things that we can do sooner, rather than wait another year and a half.
Yeah, like for
to do
instance, the
anything.
carpet's 5,000. We could do the carpet.
But that's just for this room.
But I'd want to just do the whole carpets.
Oh, I do
Do the
too.
whole- Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
the
I think- and I
hallway?
think we
All the
should- yeah.
carpets.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
Yes, all the carpet. So that means you're gonna get another quote
I know. We do have one. We do.
for the whole building?
Yeah.
Oh,
Was that relatively new?
Yeah, we get 2 quotes. We'd have to get a third, and then we'd
Okay.
have to go through, there's a process.
so,
What's the total of
yeah,
for all
what's
the
the total
carpeting?
quotes?
I'd have to look, I
Okay.
don't know, 150 to 250,
Yeah, I
something
was
like that.
surprised. It was
Yeah.
relatively,
It's, and
expensive
again,
for-
well, not again, it's tile. It's tile carpet, not this.
What is tile carpet?
The little.
Different.
little
It's
square
what they used in the, it's what
ones.
they used in the
That's in the lunchroom.
in the
so
lunchroom.
if something's
library
built,
has
you
that now.
can literally
Yeah,
just
a lot of
pull
areas.
out a square and then replace it.
I have to go look at it.
Yeah.
If you don't-
Yeah, it's in the kitchen.
Use like this, it's very challenging to replace it with seamed carpet like this. How do you shut down building department for a day, move all their furniture out, and then carpet it, then move all theirs back? You know what? It's logistically a nightmare. Continuity of operations kind of gets thrown out the window because you got people all over the place with laptops. So when you do the little pieces, you know, you go around the office, you push the tape, the desk over that way, you do it, you bring the desk back. It's a lot easier.
Is that what you do with Diane's?
Yep.
How's the longevity on that?
It's the same, and it's actually easier to maintain, like Steph was saying, you get a spill on something, you just peel it up, put a new one down.
So with that being said, it would make sense then, as long as we had decided on a design, whatever it looks like, to do the, say, 5,400 for carpet for this room, because if it's placed that way, you're gonna eventually get there.
Yeah.
Right.
But I just want to make sure we are if the intent is to, you're right now it's the same material in both.
Right.
The same, put in 5,000 years ago, that if we want it to be consistent going forward, we should probably do it at the same time.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you got dialogues and everything else like
And
that
there's a-
that are not going to match.
Well, you buy spare tile,
Yeah,
or
but
you make a
we'll do
decision
whole-
that offices are one theme, and then common spaces are another.
Yeah.
One thing to be aware of, what's the old, you give a mouse a cookie, then he needs milk and a napkin, that whole 9 yards, and all of a sudden you look around and say, wow, we should probably paint.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to do carpet before I paint, that doesn't make any sense. So,
Good point.
the snowball rises.
So thinking about this, even this 50,000 request another way, it sounds like these items, in theory, could be under the appropriation.
Every one of them could be.
Yeah, so we don't if we wanted to do this now, we could just say, do it now, without appropriating additional ARPA money, because we have town meeting appropriation for it.
Again,
Again, I'd rather think about it holistically, replace all the carpet in the building, and honestly, just do it.
Like,
Wait, we
Not use
have
ARPA
town
money.
meeting appropriation for that $800,000. But what I'm hearing is that the HVAC system
Yes.
should take priority for that money versus the aesthetics.
I think if our
Is
intent
that
is
what
to
you-
do it all,
Wait, is that,
I think that's that is higher priority to get done.
It is,
But
yeah.
it can't get done for a year and a half.
We'll have information around early spring. So let's say
Okay.
February, March, here is what we recommend for systems to be replaced. I've already talked to the engineers about coming up with a phased approach, whether you do it by floor or, common space versus offices. So in that window, I'll know, do we have enough with the 350 plus 800? If we don't, what's the first phase? Let's do the first phase, let's get that floor, that level of carpet done. So maybe the second floor gets done, and the HVAC systems are new, the carpet's all replaced, and then maybe go to town meeting for the first floor. I don't know, but the information is important to have before, decisions are made, I think.
Yeah,
And I
yeah,
kind
I
of
don't
agree
think we
with
should
the
make
painting
decisions now.
idea.
All right.
I kind of agree with painting it too. I mean,
Yeah.
really, if you're
All
gonna,
right, so the decision before us is, do we want to fund any or all of this $50,000 request with ARPA tonight?
No.
Okay, we have a no.
I
see a
want to
no.
fund carpeting, audience chairs, and window blinds, but I'm kind of fine with the furniture.
I,
And that amounts to about 18,000.
But I think Scott said he can do it with his appropriated money.
We don't need to use ARPA money to make that happen.
Correct.
So what?
I just want to save the ARPA money for sidewalks.
Yeah.
yeah, I'm kind of.
Oh, yeah, okay.
We can, the $800,000 appropriation that's an allowable use under it. Again, I'm recommending that we hold on, hang tight, let's get some information
Yeah.
from the engineers on the HVAC systems. For all I know, they can all get done for 800, and we got another 3 to spend on carpet and furniture. Or maybe it's 1.5, and we're only doing the second floor, and we'll do the carpet at the same time.
I agree, I'll
Okay,
wait.
no, I think,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm okay not spending ARPA money on any of these items right now, and in the spring, we'll get some more information, and hopefully we'll figure out the phased approach so we can start to make some improvements.
They can absolutely get done, it's just, let me get some more information if I
And
could.
Steph, I'll get you a room deodorizer and a pair of sunglasses.
Thank you. It'll be really groovy.
You want the ones with the hearts?
A lava lamp come with that?
Level
I
up,
think I
yeah.
actually have one in my office. Yeah,
Okay,
I do.
all right, so
Okay.
are we okay
Yep.
with that?
Moving past.
I think I'm seeing at least general consensus from the board with maybe some disbelief for Mike.
No, not disbelief. I mean, I just think maybe there is some value in trying to get something done now and make an investment into the most public-facing piece of the building, at least what's on broadcast on YouTube and
Yeah.
some people watch.
We can
but-
green screen.
No.
But I mean, obviously, there's consensus to move on from it, so I'm not
Yeah,
gonna argue about it.
I want to do this quicker than a year and a half, so I'm hoping we can find a way to
Right.
do that in the spring.
But I agree
from
that I
the
think we
existing
should be
appropriation.
prioritizing the HVAC over anything else. So I don't want to take from that, even though maybe it's a longer term.
Yeah.
To just get carpet and furniture.
Okay, well, we'll be able to have that discussion once we have real numbers in the spring.
But we won't have ARPA money to possibly fill in holes.
Correct, we will not.
Could I make a request for a 5-minute break?
I'm fine with that. We okay with taking a 5-minute recess? All right, we're in recess for 5 minutes. We'll resume at 9:31. Great. So next up, we have drone for police department, $9,909. Hey, chief is already up here. Excellent. Latrice 3, huh? That's a good drone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Seeking a second drone for the police department. We currently have one drone, and it is extremely useful. We used it 2 weeks ago after our meeting in helping look for a missing person. After I left here 2 weeks ago, we were dispatched to a missing person case, and before I even got there, after leaving the meeting, the supervisor in charge requested that our drone respond. So it's such a nice tool to have in our toolbox available to our community. And it really is the wave of the future. I came back from the International Chiefs Convention, which was held in Boston this year, and I did a lot of sat in on a lot of talks about drones and how they're being used out in the West Coast, especially California. It's amazing. And I think 10, 15 years from now, you're going to see the drones in the police world being used for lots of things. So the drone we have right now is a few years old, and it has served us in cases of missing persons, missing children. We've also used it to assist the fire department in a couple cases. Mount Pisgah comes to mind. It was spent several hours up there. In a real serious case that happened back in the spring, and if you recall in your newsletter that I do on the month, we had a robbery at a business on Route 9, and when the officers were, it was an armed robbery, alleged armed robbery. He didn't end up having a weapon, but we thought he did. And when the officers were arriving to the scene, they engaged him on foot, which is a very tense situation, and the suspect fled into the woods. And back in the old days, I think we would probably give chase and go after him into the woods, and training has basically taught us not to do that for good reason. People have gotten hurt. So we have an armed subject in the woods. It was maybe 10 o'clock at night, and we had our drone available, and the drone was up within minutes and was able to put eyes on the suspect in the woods. The problem is the drone battery life is not great. Therefore, if we don't switch out the batteries, the drone will crash and we lose the visual of the suspect. We were fortunate that Westborough has a fairly good drone program too. They had an officer nearby who assisted. We then had assistance from the state police and I believe another town as well. So at one point I think we had about 4 or 5 drones up there rotating in and out, keeping the eyes on the suspect in the woods. This standoff, if you will, lasted several hours. We had a command center set up at Walmart. The state police SWAT team responded. We had the state police helicopter. But all the while, the little drones were doing the majority of the work for us and helping us out. They provided a live feed back to our command center, so we were able to monitor the individual who was then trying to crawl out of the woods. And I'm happy to report it was a very successful operation. No one got hurt. The subject was placed into custody. But I was just really impressed as to the work the drone and the drone operators did. We have 4 drone pilots, if you will, on our department who work various shifts. It'd be nice if we could get a couple more people, those certifications they need be to fly them. But at this point, if we have a case where we, let's, again, call it a missing child, we can sometimes get a drone up within a matter of minutes as opposed to waiting for a state police helicopter or a canine to come from a neighboring town. That could take upwards of a half hour to 45 minutes. The helicopter could be out of commission because of bad weather. So to have the ability, relatively cheap, to launch something in the air, to put eyes on someone
I think it's been a valuable tool for us to have. So anyways, told Neil I wasn't going to be long-winded, but here I go. I am seeking $9,909. This would be for a second drone that would give us the ability to have 2 drones up at the same time, if need be, which we've needed, such as the Walmart case. The drone that's proposed would have a better flight time with a better battery life, much better than the drone we have for operating in inclement weather, wind, advanced technology cameras, and improved connectivity between the drone and the drone operator. So that is my request before you.
Can it take a passenger?
Not yet.
No, these
10
are-
years from now.
It's funny, you see drones in the news, they can range dramatically from, a little thing that fits in your palm to, in theory, military drones can be, as big as this room. A drone just means something that flies without a person. But these are smaller than that, so significantly smaller than that. I'm familiar with the one
Yeah.
that you're proposing. It's a really good drone, certainly a lot nicer than the one that I fly.
Yeah.
As it should be.
It's being, the one that's proposed is the choice for most law enforcement in our area. There is a drone team based in Central Mass Law Enforcement, and this is kind of their recommendation for this particular one.
Yeah.
Is it stored at the station and then deployed as needed, or is it stored in a vehicle and there's a specific vehicle?
That's a good question. So the way Westboro has theirs set up, I haven't seen it. They have it in a vehicle equipped with the proper charging set up there, and they actually have a monitor in the back of the vehicle that can kind of slide out and set up if need be. Currently, to answer your question, currently it's docked, if you will, at the station, charging, and someone can go and get it. I would like to get it in a car so that it's hopefully maybe on the road. And that's, again, if the pilot is working that night. So, again, you do take the chance of, okay, we could have that missing person case, and we're going to try calling him or her in to see, oh, do you want to come in? We got this case. We could use you. Or then we go mutual aid. We're calling Westboro, is your drone available tonight? Or are you calling Shrewsbury? So kind of helping each other out, mutual aid, if in the event we don't have that operator working. But right now, they're in the station, but I would like to get it in the car.
Right, so you need a vehicle properly equipped.
Exactly,
to
and
have
I am
stored,
looking into that.
charge
It's
it.
really not going to be much money, but I'm looking to do that to one of our cars.
Okay, thoughts?
I appreciate this, and I definitely see the value of it and how it can help public safety.
Yeah, I think it's a fantastic idea, and I'm going to ask this of all the remaining requests. Is there another source of funding? Is there any kind of grant that,
I'm sure there seems to be like a grant for everything somewhere. I'm sure if we always do digging, right? But on this, it's not jumping out at me like I know where to go for it. I'm sure there is somewhere. I don't know how competitive it is. But that is something we certainly could look into if it wasn't supported tonight.
but to the best of your knowledge?
To the best of my knowledge, I'm not aware of any.
Okay,
There's,
okay.
there's no source of funding, at least available imminently.
Correct.
And I usually see a lot of the grants that are out, I haven't seen anything
Yeah.
toward
Okay.
that type of equipment.
Okay, any other opinions, questions, anything like that? Sounds like there's at least some support for this. Would someone like to make a motion?
Hold on.
I have it if you want me to read it.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I move the board vote to approve the use of ARPA funds in the amount of $9,909 for the purpose of purchasing a drone for the police department, as presented in the memo by the police chief included in the meeting packet pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A, and to authorize the expenditure of such funds by the police chief.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Any other questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I see that as unanimous in favor.
Thank you. We appreciate the support on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Chief Griffin.
Okay, we now have, by my calculation, $429,623.61 remaining in ARPA as we continue. Request for radar signs of $44,000 and change.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is I think a community project, if you will, that I thought of. Our biggest complaint, not just our department, but I would say any police chief, is traffic and speeding. It's the number one complaint we get at the police station, and what can you do about it? We are a very proactive police department when it comes to motor vehicle enforcement. We always have been, we always will be, because we know it's the number one complaint from our residents. And we want to have a good quality of life, and we do what we can to correct people who are speeding or doing any sort of infraction. In 2023, for instance, we stopped 7,300 plus motor vehicles in a year. That's a lot. 7,300 motor vehicle stops in 2023. So we're out there, we're doing work, we're doing enforcement, but what else can we do? Because people still call us, even though, and we tell them, geez, we've stopped 7,300 cars. What else can you do for us? Well, we have radar signs. I say, do you want a radar sign on your street? And we have a rotation, right? We have 5 radar signs currently that are portable, 3 that can be fixed to some sort of post, like a street pole, a telephone pole, and then we have the 2 trailers that get towed around, placed on the side of a road. Those are becoming somewhat obsolete. I would not recommend in the future purchasing those. They're just bulky.
The trailer version.
The trailer
Yep.
version. They're bulky. We have to tow them. It takes an officer out of service to do that. Then somebody wants that on their street, and then you put it on their lawn, and they get mad that it's on their lawn. So, so the portable ones are much better. But more and more, if you drive around various towns, except here, is you're seeing these fixed ones. You see the fixed radar signs that are mounted, solar powered, and they look nice. They work. Some people may say, well, maybe people try to put the foot down on the grass, see how fast they can go. I suppose that's possible, but being a father of a new driver who just got his license and driving around the community I live, we must have 12 of them in the community I live in, and I notice his foot coming off the gas a little bit as he sees his speed, and like, oh geez, I may have been over a couple of miles per hour. So it is a visual. I do think they work. They are better than, I still like our portable ones that we can just rotate to neighborhoods. So if somebody calls us, we'll get it there. I don't care if you live on a dead-end street. If you want it there, we'll get it there. But my idea would be to have some more fixed ones in areas where, maybe school children are at. I've suggested some streets. My proposal would be to purchase, if approved, would be to purchase 4 of these. They're not cheap. I was nothing is, but I was kind of blown away by the prices. I got 3 different quotes, and they all came in right around the same amount. Some of the streets I mentioned was Northgate Road, Howard Street, Maple Street, and I suggested Lincoln Street, but I was most of the speeders that are hitting Lincoln Street are coming off of Church Street. So I made, and I would consult with the DPW director on this if we wanted to move that suggested location to more Church Street, because that's the majority of our speeders are coming off of 290 and then cutting over to Lincoln Street through Pleasant. And with all the new signage we're getting on Lincoln Street with the crosswalk signages, it almost might be too much there. So anyways, my proposal would be, if approved, would be $48,840. That's for 4 installed radar signs, and I think they included a picture of what one may look like, not exactly like it, but the town of Amherst, it might be in your packet, has something similar. So that is my proposal.
Thanks. Questions? Julia?
Chief, there's one on Howard Street now?
It's not working, right? Or is it? Okay,
I think it was working.
okay,
I slowed down.
yeah. The other day it needed to be recharged, but yes, there is.
Oh, so is that a permanent one?
No, that's a portable one.
Okay.
We have one officer loves doing this as an assignment, and he takes great pride in setting them up, taking them down, charging them. But yeah, that's a portable one.
Okay.
So the ones you have that are portable now are portable but not solar powered?
Correct.
Okay.
That is
How
correct.
long does the charge last?
You had to ask.
Okay, no, that's all right.
Couple of days.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have to bring it back to the station to charge
Correct.
it? Okay.
Yeah, and at that point, then we rotate it to another street typically. Usually about, I think, 3 to 5 days.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, they are expensive, and the installation is more expensive.
Than the product.
Than the piece,
Yep,
yeah, so it's
exactly.
$3,900 each for the product, and really a total of $7,200, including the post and mostly the installation labor.
Yeah,
Get that there.
it's, yeah, and again, that was kind of the going rate.
Yeah.
And Julianne just, you asked about the grants in the last, so the portable signage that we have were obtained through grants. I did try to get the fixed, the ones I'm referencing now, I tried that too, and I was not successful in getting the grants on that, but I did get the portable ones over the last couple of years. So there is grant money for certain ones, just I haven't found it for the one I'm looking for, something more fixed.
Okay, good to know.
How much are the portable units?
I want to say 2,000
Okay,
ballpark.
all right, so half the price.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
a couple of years ago, so.
So the benefits of having permanent versus temporary is that you're going to have, I imagine you're going to have messages as well on them. They're not just the number. It says what your speed is and slow down, or.
Yeah, I mean, it
Or-
would, so, yeah, that's a good question too, because the portable ones we have right now only tell you your speed that you're going, okay, which is great if you know the speed of the road. This will have the speed of the road, right? So let's say it's, 30 miles per hour, and that you're going 45, and it'll say too fast, too slow.
Right, and it blinks. I mean, it does a couple of different things.
It's pretty, yeah.
It changes color, like if you're going the right speed, it stays a certain color. If
Correct.
you're going fast, it
Yes.
turns red and
Correct.
says slow down. And you also get information, like traffic, is it a count? Is it a speed in a count? Is there software that you can get for these?
I believe there's an upgrade to that. I don't know if that's what I included.
I think I saw it.
There is like Bluetooth software inside that would do traffic counts. But I didn't think that was the price I got. I could be wrong, and I could double check, but there is an upgrade to that. If it does do those things, just not the one I'm.
How, did you see the difference? And can you do it after? Yeah.
I think you can do it after. Yeah.
Because I think that would be something that, especially in certain roads, that you'd have that data that we look for, and it would help with, traffic
It might be
counts and
nice
stuff
for a
like that.
portable device, if there were portable.
Yeah,
ones.
so the portable ones that we do have now, there is I believe a switch that you'd have to pay for to turn it on. And we do not have the money to turn it on right now, but that's something.
Do not touch that button.
Yeah, but I do think it's a simple upgrade, a software upgrade, that we could explore finding money to upgrade those, the three that we currently have.
Right.
The portable ones. And again, just off the top of my head, I don't recall the exact one you're looking at right now. I didn't think it did include that, but.
Okay.
In the description, I see Wi-Fi wireless operation, but I don't see anything about Bluetooth or traffic counting or anything.
Yeah, no, it's more than, it's a software package that gives you. So-
Just to make an argument for Lincoln Street.
Yep.
Understand there's need all over. It's interesting because spending a lot of time in and around that area during school and outside of school hours, it seems like where the most speeders kind of come in, and maybe just because of the time spent at Lincoln Street School playground with kids, but is coming off of 20 down the hill, people will speed and go by. And then when they clear Melican, they'll speed up and I know you can only have one facing one way.
Exactly.
But it seems like when people clear, like they'll slow down by Melican and then when they clear it, they gun it.
So there's a
And
small
sometimes
stretch, stretch there.
They'll rip by
By the
like
church.
Lincoln Street School
Yeah.
because they sped up after Lincoln. You know, I've yelled at a few too many cars for my wife's liking, but
Yeah, and again, I think I think working with Scott on this.
right, I don't want to micromanage it.
No, but, listen, I totally agree. That's why originally my thought was to ask for like 8 or 10 of these until I saw the price.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, all right, well, where could we, because everyone kind of wants one on their street, let's be honest. And it's hard to try to please everyone, and they all have justified reasons. So I'm like, let's focus on 4 near the schools somewhere. So I think we can identify the best locations near the schools for these fixed posts.
And then maybe you could put one in every year or so in your budget to the town. Because, there's so many streets that really do. Whitney Street is huge.
Yep.
That long span of all those homes.
You'd be surprised how many calls we get, and people are like, can we just have one permanently?
Right,
So
right.
We do have one on Hudson Street at Solomon Pond, a fixed one, and that was donated to the town by St. Cobain about 10 years ago. At least I think it's still there, if it
Yeah,
hasn't been
it's
knocked
there.
over, yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's ever been hit, but it is there.
Surprisingly, because
And
it's
I-
a bad corner.
And I think, too, that the fact is that there are 2 ways. You can buy them to go on the poles, like the little poles that we have now, or these have a 4-inch diameter pole in cement, which gives it a little bit better stability in weather and such. And I think that, after a fashion, we have to start making some investments in that sort of thing, too. And I think that, this has got it all together, as opposed to when I've seen the other speed limit sign up, which doesn't tell you what the speed's supposed to be, it could be, I saw one wrapped around a tree. It looked a little strange.
Right.
But there's not a lot of good placement for them. And I think that.
I think there are advantages to each of these.
Correct.
The portable one, you can respond immediately. Put it up there, an hour after somebody calls, if that's appropriate. I do think it would be good to, I don't even know if could you hang a speed limit sign underneath the portable ones? Separate from this, like, as just, so people know what the speed is supposed to be?
We've actually, and on the trailers used to have like the numbers, and the numbers they've blown away or whatever. But, that's a thought.
Yeah.
That's a thought.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. I trust you to determine the locations. Makes some sense to do this. Other opinions? And of course, the question is this priority for ARPA, or is this a town meeting appropriation item that we could do in a few months? As with all of these.
And this one, I think I would like to put it under ARPA and get them ordered now. I think they would be helpful.
If approved tonight, Chief, what would be the time frame to have these purchased and installed?
I don't know.
Don't know
I'll
yet?
be honest with you. I don't know. I didn't really ask that question.
Okay.
But I can certainly find that out if approved.
Yeah, do you have any?
No, I was just going to say that I think, one of our biggest intentions with all of the ARPA funds is safety. So this falls in line with it. And I can make a motion if you'd like.
Sure.
Mr. Chair, I move the board vote to approve the use of ARPA funds in the amount of $44,280 for the purpose of purchasing and installing 4 solar-powered radar signs, as presented in the memo by the police chief included in the meeting packet pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A, and to authorize the expenditure of such funds by the police chief.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say Aye. I see that as unanimous in favor.
Great. Thank you for your support tonight. Have a
Thank
great
you
night.
very much.
Thank you.
By my calculation, we now have $385,343.61 remaining in ARPA. Again, I always defer to Jason on that.
I have 11 cents more than you, man.
You do have 11 cents more than me? Yeah. Okay. Did we start with, were there any pennies allocated in these things tonight? Okay.
Now we got a balance.
I don't know, I'm disappointed.
4997.
If I'm wrong, I'll work it out. Just don't worry.
I might.
I'm just curious.
Save a penny, take a penny.
Let me check in the drawers. Oh, I found wrapper. That's all.
You are right, yep, because somehow I came up with 61 cents instead of 72 cents with the beginning balance. So 385, 343.72. Is that what you've got? All right.
Another third of an inch of a sidewalk or something.
Not even that much.
How about a speed bump? How
All
much are
right,
those?
moving along. Safer grant gear. Neil. Come on up. Request for $32,320.
Good evening. Is this on? Yeah. I am not David Parenti, just so you know. If you must know that the chief welcomed his second grandchild, this time a grandson. Came a little fast, so he went to visit that, and
That.
I kindly said I would, not that it was kind of rhetorical, like, can you go to this meeting? So, here I am. But he did fill me in, and I do have some background on the information. So what we're asking for, obviously, it's tied to the SAFER grant people, but it's kind of a different aspect of it. From the hiring of the 8 firefighters that we're getting, we have to outfit them. And firefighter gear is the safety line of the fire service. That's what keeps them safe. That's what they need to go and do their jobs. And so we have to outfit them. I believe this memo is in the packet. Is that correct?
It is.
Okay. So it lists what what the ensembles are, but it includes the coat, the pants, the boots, 2 sets of gloves, helmet, 2 hoods, the face mask for the air tank, and a wildland coat, a wildland helmet, and the Ninja vest is the street vest, the reflective vest for the highways. And that would completely outfit them with 1 set of gear. Our original intent was to utilize the DFS, Department of Fire Services, annual grant that they give out. And fire structural gear is like their priority. So that grant caps out at $19,000 for our community. And our original data, we thought we were going to be close to that, but we were off for a couple of reasons. One, our fault, we didn't calculate a couple of things correctly, so that's on us. 2, the prices have gone up, and they go up like every quarter. And the real drive for PFAS-free gear. And in Massachusetts, the governor passed a law that starting, I think it's 2027, every gear in Massachusetts has to be PFAS-free for firefighter gear. And if the way that things are going right now, where we're so good at wearing our masks and being on air in contaminated environments, that our lung cancer rates have gone way down. But our skin cancer, absorption cancer, you name it, cancer, from absorption of the chemicals that we're exposed to is way up. So that's what the drive is for the PFAS gear. PFAS-free gear, because as we sweat, that equipment gets hot. PFAS, when it gets hot, that's when it off-gases, open pores, absorption, and that's where a lot of the cancer studies have found that you're getting nowadays. So with that drive of the governor saying in 2027 PFAS-free, all that's kind of being pushed forward, or at least working in the direction of being PFAS limited. What does that translate into? Higher costs. There's a lot of R&D, and they know that that's what has to be bought. So with that, the total to outfit all 8 with a full ensemble was $53,320. The DFS award is for $19,000, leaving a balance of $32,320,000. This was a topic that Mike had brought up several meetings ago when he asked, if there was a topic. And we were interested, but then we felt we could cover it with the grant. But with the follows up of, hey, is there any other project? It was addressed with the chief if it was something to entertain. It'll outfit our firefighters. It'll keep, it ends up being a capital item. What we have to do is, so structural gear, the way it works is every firefighter is supposed to have 2 sets of gear. The national standard is, and they have to be fitted gear. So you can't just buy it off the shelf. Every firefighter has to be fitted for their specific gear. The reason for 2 sets of gear is anytime that becomes contaminated, you have to put it in an extractor, clean it, dry it. That takes time, which in that time, those firefighters don't have gear and can't do their job. So they talk about 2 sets of gear. And to keep up with that, we have a replacement system in place of every year we have X amount of dollars in the budget to replace. And if we were to absorb this into the budget, which would be an option to do, that line would be wiped, and so the money that we would use to keep on that schedule most likely would have to be asked for as an increase in next year's budget to get back on that cycle, because once you're off the cycle, you're off the cycle. So we feel obviously it's a good use of the ARPA funds because it's for safety. We've tried working at the grant avenues and the DFS, we cover at least some of it. And this will get them at least their first set of gear. We'll still have to fund their second set of gear as we move forward, but we can build that into the budget as we go. Any questions on that?
Questions, comments?
No, I mean, I don't have any questions. Thanks for the presentation. Yeah, I mean, I would say the federal government's paying for these for these 8 firefighters for 3 years. I would say let the federal government also pay for at least a set of their gear. And we can use ARPA funds to do that, so.
What happens with the other men? Are the other men that already work for us have the PSAF's free uniforms?
They do not. As we transition, because everybody's on a different cycle, we don't replace everybody's at once. So as we move forward, it'll start to get cycled out.
So nobody else has one yet?
No, it's new to the market. And there's some that are PFAS reduced and then some are PFAS free. They're still doing studies on what's good because some of the PFAS gear that's out there completely free isn't really weather tested in battle, where they find something. So we're trying to find something in the middle and at least start to move in that direction, which is what all departments are doing now, is moving in that direction. And actually, the manufacturers, if they can't get full PFAS free, are starting to just limit, or certain areas, like the shells are becoming PFAS free because that's what you touch with your skin, and the outside, because PFAS is what makes it all water repellent, is staying on the outside. Some systems where they're saying, don't wear your structural gear as much as you used to. Doff it on scene, clean, you decon yourself at the scene of an incident. So for the firefighters that work now, they will get that transitioned as it moves forward. But to start off, we can't very well just buy them regular gear when we're already moving in this initiative.
So some of, obviously it has to go through budgets or whatever grants you can get for that. Do they make a liner at this point that you could purchase to keep the pieces from your neck and your shoulders in that area?
Everything's sold as a product. So the shell, the liner, they all work together, so they all have to be in one. You can't take one liner, put in another, or replace it with another liner. Everything has to line up, and then everything's under a standard. So structural firefighting gear has to be replaced or decommissioned after 10 years, whether it's sitting on a shelf or being worn. 10 years is its end date. So that's why the cycle we have to replace. So if you put a liner in that was off a couple of years, you'd have to replace the whole ensemble. So they don't sell them in pieces for that specific purpose, other than the fact that if something gets ripped or damaged, they might be able to repair it.
And how many actual firefighters do you have now in the department?
5 shifts of 5, so that's 25, and then the chief and myself. And we do have gear. We only have one set of gear because, unfortunately, we don't get to do the fun stuff anymore. So, and then we'd be adding the 8, so. The chief heads have it set up, some towns do it as full capitals, which Chief Parenti has it set into X amount of money in the budget each year to automatically start replacing. The capital process, where you go to town meeting and just ask for capital for a bunch of money for structural gear, is good, but everybody's replaced on one cycle. And as you can see, 8 sets of gear is 32,000. You're talking, 25 sets of gear is a significant amount of money.
And they don't do a quantity discount?
I'm sorry?
They don't do a quantity discount?
No,
Well,
no,
I mean, if
no,
you're-
unfortunately, they do not. I mean, when you buy in quantity, you get usually more attention from the vendor, but no discounts.
No Cyber Monday deal.
No, wouldn't it be great?
I'd be online finding
Then
that.
like, oh, missed it.
Yeah. So, I think everyone should have it. I think it's difficult, because you're starting out with new people coming in, and okay, we want you to come in and have a great time, but you also have your other people that were there, who have been in that type of uniform for a lot longer than the person that's coming in. So, I think it's difficult, because you got at least 25 or 27 other people that need it. And,
Now, because the only other option, if we don't fund it through opera money, we have to find another avenue to fund it through. It's still going to be the same gear that we buy, no matter what, because that's what we have to buy. And so it's not as if, we don't get opera, we buy a different set of gear for them. There's no way around it. The only other way around it would be to replace everybody's gear that currently works for the fire department. That would be the only other option. So as it trickled in, and they all know it, they all understand how the process works. They're happy to at least get that initiative moving in the right direction for the current firefighters and the union personnel.
but there's a big concern over cancer causing.
Well, of course there is, yes.
PSAF,
Now,
I mean,
I will say, we're exposed to more cancer, we have more aspects or whatever, but, we can be honest that everybody sitting here has been exposed to PFAS. Whether it's in your water or your frying pan, or you name it, it's everywhere, right? So, obviously, we get it more, we're moving in that right direction to start getting that gear in. But we can't take, and the other option which we can't do is we can't take current members' gear, hand me down to the people coming on, and then give them new gear, because everything has to be fitted now by code, by standard. So, and that's to make sure that it fits properly, so there's no gaps in air that stuff can get in. So there's not really that old option where you came on as like a volunteer or a call, and it's like, yeah, grab that coat and that coat. You can't do that anymore.
A timing question. We haven't hired these new folks yet.
Yep.
I assume we won't by the end of December.
They have to be hired by
End of March.
the end of March.
Right.
Yep.
But to use ARPA, we'd have to order it by the end of December.
December of this year,
Yeah,
we can.
if they have it
Well,
under contract.
what you can do is, we can order the gear, but it's just not sized and fitted.
Okay, can we issue a purchase order like that? I want to make sure we're,
We just have to obligate by December.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong.
yeah,
Correct me.
Which would create
Right.
a contractual.
Yeah.
right. Really, the question is, can we actually order when we don't know the sizing or anything else?
Well, the size is not going to change the price of the
No, but
items.
it changes the order.
No.
Right. Well,
The sizes don't change the order. The price is the price.
Not the prices, but
Right.
it has to be-
My only concern is that we would have to place a purchase order.
Yeah.
By the end of this calendar
So-
year with this, if we allocated ARPA money.
Correct.
Or we wouldn't be able to do it.
Correct. We have the vendors that we use all the time. And, they basically, we contract it out, because it's going to be 8 sets of gear at this price. Doesn't matter if we hire somebody that's 9 feet tall, or somebody that's 3 feet tall, somebody that's, large, small, that doesn't come into the pricing.
So
at all.
they
The
get
pri-
fit after.
The price is the price, and they
Yep.
get fit afterwards.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so, Laura.
Oh, no, after you.
Yeah, just saying, if we do approve this, I would ask you to, you and or the chief to work with Jason and make sure that we
Oh, certainly.
to get everything done and right, because I said, I don't want to send a dime back to the federal
You've
government.
worked with the chief many, many years.
Yeah.
He's extremely detailed
Oh, yeah.
person, so.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that Jason is satisfied that we have actually obligated that money.
Mm-hmm.
As long as we do that, it's good. Laura?
I appreciate the thought that went into this. My gut, there's no doubt that we need it, but given the timeline, I would prefer to go through town meeting for funding. There's the question of hiring. You know, we've struggled with hiring in the past. We've had to expand our scope. And if it's going to change the timeline of our order, it just seems like there's too many.
So I will say on that, so we have to hire before the end of March. We have to. I will say the job's been open, we opened it the day before Thanksgiving. We have 50 applications already.
Okay.
So, and some of them are legit applications, not somebody just, so we do have candidates. Those people have to be outfitted. We can't wait till town meeting to hopefully get an approval, because now they're already on the job for March, April, and then town meeting is July. So,
April.
right, but the funding approved at an April town meeting
be
isn't
July
available
1.
until July 1st.
I guess I'm surprised then that we would have approved this project for the SAFER grant, and now just hearing
No, and-
about
and
the
this
need
was
for
explained.
equipment through ARPA.
Right, this was explained.
But originally, the equipment, it wasn't an ARPA request for the equipment.
Right, but it came up, I forget when you brought it up, Mike.
Right.
Last week.
No, it wasn't last week. It was brought up, because you were on Zoom when you brought it up.
Oh, right, when we had the discussion about the safer grant
Yeah,
itself.
yeah, so
Right.
it had been brought up.
Hadn't thought about it before then, when we approved the grant?
The
So,
grant gives you one set, right?
no.
Yeah, that's what I
No.
thought.
No, the
No,
grant gives you no
there's no
sets.
gear in the grant.
We're working on the DFS grant to fund it, right? Prices went up, structures changed, and the reasons behind not asking for it earlier, I'm not sure what the chief was, feel free to dial in. But Mike did come, actually, because one of the requests that we really pushed for was, and I want to say, maybe it was you or it might have been Kristen, that to purchase exercise equipment for the fire department. That was what we prioritized over the gear, because we didn't know we were going to get the SAFER grant. Then all of a sudden, we got the SAFER grant. And pretty much immediately when we knew we were getting the SAFER grant, that's when Mike brought up about funding it through ARPA. And then we said, well, we got a grant through DFS. We think we can do that. Those numbers didn't work out. So having him follow up with us, that was where we came back to. And so that's how we came back here. So it wasn't, 6 months ago, we didn't know we were getting the SAFER grant.
I'll repeat that back to you in the way that I want to make sure I understand this right. Originally, you thought that you'd be able to purchase this gear for the $19,000 safe.
Pretty close to it.
Yeah, the grant that you typically get.
Yep.
It's $50,000 instead. So you're putting 19 towards it, looking for the other 34 and change
Correct.
from ARPA. If we had said no, or if ARPA had already been spent, you have that money in your budget, but it would mean that you wouldn't be able to replace gear that you wanted to replace this year. That we budgeted
Correct.
for.
So obviously, we didn't put it in the budget, and it would have a significant impact on the budget itself. So the chief's idea on the budget, so the other factor that you're going to take into this, and I apologize, I didn't mention this, it was in the memo, was we've also had some, unanticipated expenses on the operations side, or the budget side. We've had an open position for a while, we still have an open position. We have one firefighter who's been on long-term injury, and we have another firefighter who's been using FMLA off and on, all within their legal right, no questions of them using it whatsoever, but every position that we have open currently, this will change with the SAFER, every position we have to over has to be filled. So that's a lot of overtime money. And so the budgets are all bottom line budgets, right? So there's, no difference between operational and pay. So in the history, we fund overtime through the general budget until that budget runs out, and then it transitions over into the EMS revolving account. That's how it's always been. We usually run out of the operational budget the end of December. We're out. That money's gone, so we're a month early. Now, we will be able to fund through the EMS revolving account, but obviously that's going to take a bigger hit than it usually does. But what does this mean? So the chief's idea was to take 15,000 from his capital budget side and 15,000 from the EMS budget side. That's half the budget of the operational side, and that's 3/4 of the EMS side. So it pretty much wipes our budget out. We still have to operate for 6 more months, get to July. So the impacts on that is not being able to fund that. And then it's going to trigger a trickle-down effect because we have to fund the replacement gear as we go. And so the only way to make that up is to increase the budget for the next year to make up for the gap this year that we didn't get. So the gear that we weren't able to replace this year will have to be pushed to next year's budget, in addition to the gear that has to be replaced that year. By using ARPA, we don't have to worry about that. The taxpayers don't have to worry about that. And that's the reason behind all the remaining cycles. You know, can we do it? Yes. Is it going to have a dramatic effect on the fire department budget? Probably. Did we make an error initially? Yeah. Did we find out that error? Yeah. Did we truly come running for ARPA? No, it was offered to us. And we felt in the community, we got this grant and we had these firefighters coming on board. And like Mike said, this is federal money. It's a good use of federal money. It's definitely not a want. It's 100% a need.
I just feel that all the men should have one set. I don't like just doing,
But you wouldn't deny the set because they all can't.
I would say go to town meeting and get it for the full
So we
group.
need the sets
So that,
before.
They have the money for it.
So that's not going to happen. The town meeting is not going to fund full replacement of gear of people that have already had gear that's still compliant. Because it's still compliant. Even though it has PFAS in it, it's still compliant gear by national standards. They're in a process of phasing out. Boston didn't replace all their gear. You know, Worcester didn't replace all their gear. They're phasing it in.
Well, I still think it's,
And- but-
everybody should have equal protection. That
Well,
was one of the big cries of your job, is that cancer is a huge thing.
Not really
And
a
we
cry,
don't
but-
want it, and we don't want to have this happen to anybody.
I
And I
agree.
think that's one of the bigger causes for it.
Mm-hmm.
So it just seems to me that, the town meeting decided to spend the money on everything else that you have, and I think that they should at least, they would go along with getting all of the members who are out there the safety that they requested when they wanted a new place.
I would hope so. However, I mean, those are mutually exclusive issues between station and personnel and gear. They don't play into necessarily one another. It still doesn't fix the issue of having to outfit these firefighters. And so,
But you already have some money set aside. You said it was
there's
just
no money,
press you.
it's not set aside.
Well,
No, it's eating other parts
It's
of the
going
budget.
it's going to dramatically impact the budget, and it is going to impact next year's budget, and we've already been given a directive to be at 3% increase no matter what, and a level funded budget, and the We Wish budget, which isn't happening. Our budget that we've got now, we're just barely at 3.1. We'd have to add all this gear into that budget.
I'm just frustrated that we've gone through these motions and we're just hearing about this now.
This is not, no, this isn't,
We've
no.
got ARPA funds, but this is a big expense for equipment, for people that are going to be hired here.
Mm-hmm.
If we didn't have this ARPA money available, we're starting people off unable to work.
That's not what I'm saying. This is a good use of ARPA money. Didn't say that we're not going to buy the gear. We will find a way, but the impact on the fire department operational budget is going to be significant.
I think what they're saying is that they will have to defer equipment that they wanted to buy this year so that they can buy the gear for the new hires. And either that gets deferred, like in a chain reaction many years, or this year's request at town meeting will be higher by $34,000 to backfill the equipment that was not bought. And I think that's a reasonable option.
I understand.
And
The
I-
issue is.
And
if
I
we
do
got
remind you,
ARPA
I
money-
do remind you that, again, it wasn't as if we didn't come for ARPA money before. It came up when we got the SAFER award, it came up.
What came up?
Mike brought up, because he came to the fire chief and asked about money, because everybody had their pots of money. And then Mike brought it up on the video and says, would this be something to, am I correct me if I'm wrong?
In that meeting, I mean, I don't have the minutes or a transcript
Yeah,
in front
was
of
that
me,
the
but
September 30th meeting?
it was the one I was on, I was remote.
And that's one board member.
Well, but,
Yeah, we didn't. we
You guys
didn't
don't
vote-
have to vote for it.
Right, we
but
didn't
again,
vote for it.
but what I'm saying is, it didn't just come up now.
Should have
Right.
been factored when we were hiring
But-
people
no, but
and
just to-
using the grants.
Just some perspective, I mean, when other projects and things were over budget or needed money, we voted for it. We voted a 4-to-1 vote, $35,000 to finish a dog park. They're asking for 32 to outfit firefighters.
But it's a safer grant, like that we've been planning for. It
Right.
just seems like the equipment
I-
should have been incled
Yeah.
in that initial calculation.
And I was,
I
and I
agree-
had
I
asked
agree with
about,
you.
I had asked about one
Disappointed it
uniform,
wasn't.
one set of uniforms, because I thought it was in that.
This
I
is-
did too.
No, it was clearly marked that it was only for contractual items. It was very clear.
Yeah, and I agree with you, but we also did ask the question,
Yep.
do you need any other money to do it? And the answer at that time was no.
Correct.
We were led to
right.
believe
Yeah.
that there was money for the equipment when we initially
Yes.
had this discussion.
Correct, that came up, and that's when we said, oh, Mike, we're all set, because we figured we had the DFS
But even
grant.
before,
But
when
we
we
didn't.
discussed this.
But we didn't know we were getting the SAFER
The
grant.
safer grant, we discussed all of this when this grant was originally considered. All of these costs we discussed at great length.
Right, but so I'm a little confused so you're saying you don't want to spend ARPA money on it, but you want us to spend our budget money on it?
My
I mean,
issue
either way, it's got to
is,
get paid.
we made a plan for 8 people.
Mm-hmm.
Thank goodness we have ARPA right now, but this should have been factored into the original budget.
Right, well, so it couldn't be originally in the budget, because we didn't know the SAFER was going to come in our budget, because the
It
budget
should,
was
it
done.
should have been presented to us with the request for the SAFER grant. By the way, we'll also have to find $34,000 somewhere.
And our intention wasn't, but when
Right.
we got the money numbers back and the $19,000 cap, I mean, things changed, so
I
we
think-
came back.
I think,
mean, you're more-
given that this is a triple of the
It was a
cost.
miscalculation. Now, I mean, granted, you're more than welcome to vote no. I mean, I'm not saying that you have to vote yes. It would be great, but if you want to vote no, you vote no. We're gonna fund it, but just letting you know how that trickle-down effect is gonna happen. And it wasn't any kind of shell game or anything to say, oh, we won't need any money, because when we said no, we should be fine, we truly felt we should be fine, and that's what we told Mike when he said, okay. But then he came back and said, hey,
Mike
do you guys
doesn't
need
get
gear?
to say okay. Mike's one of 5.
And my
I'm
point
not-
is,
I'm not- no, I'm not-
It was a question from a board member.
So you know how-
At a meeting.
So-
Yeah, and that's all it was. It wasn't any,
Right.
it wasn't any
Well,
promise.
Mike asked the very appropriate question, will you need any other money to fund these firefighters? And they said no.
Okay.
Since then, they've calculated the numbers again. It turns out the no was incorrect.
It was inconvenient.
And I think Mike's quote was, it seems like this would be a good use of ARPA to fund the gear. And the chief at the time said, I think we're all set. We should be able
Yeah,
to
I mean,
fund
ultimately, it was the statement that you didn't need any more money at that point. Turns out you were wrong.
it. Correct. And I said that right up front.
Yeah.
That was the first thing that came out of my mouth was, we own it. Right?
Yep.
And the intention was to absorb it in the budget. But we didn't come here, it was, again, everybody was asked, because everybody was given their pot of money, right? And you got to choose your different projects, and one of Mike's said, this might be a good one to fund. And so this is why we've been asked to come back. I'm not saying Mike promised us anything, but he's the one that put the project forward, just like, you put your projects forward, yours and yours and yours. I mean, that's where it really kind of came from.
Did you do that?
but I guess my frustration is, I wanted to designate as much money as I could for sidewalks. And that has been planned and discussed, and we've waited for budgets, and Scott has gone above and beyond to help us with that. And now with this, I'm going to have to pick and choose. And I just feel like if we're hiring 8 people, we should have done a better job planning financially, is all I'm trying to say. And there are consequences.
No, there, again, we can fund it. I'm just saying that to avoid an impact that may trickle down, in the best interest of the taxpayers, using ARPA money that's there to just do it, and then we get on the cycle, because we still have to get them second gear, we still have to cycle it in, that'll all be budgeted. But, you know, and again, if you want to say no, I mean, there's other projects that have been funded that, you know, possibly.
I mean, we just approved 44,280 for speed limit signs because it's revolving
That-
around
that was-
safety.
Mike, it's not about the dollars and cents, it's that I just wanted to be able to get sidewalks. And this is, all of these last minute expenses are going to impact that. And this is a big one, and it's people.
Right, but that 32,000 doesn't get you more sidewalk.
It's 100%, it's all gonna get devoted to
No, because you gotta fund the
sidewalks.
full sidewalk project. You can't half fund the sidewalk.
Yeah, but there's several in here.
Right, and sidewalks are important, but I also think outfitting the fire department, I mean, ARPA money came from COVID, right? That's what it came out of. And frankly, right, the fire department were the group of people that didn't get to hide in the house. They didn't get to work remotely. They had to show up when all of us were freaking out. I think this is a valid use of those funds to fund equipment for firefighters. Granted, Deputy Chief said, we didn't think we need it, we miscalculated, and maybe thought we had some bad pricing, or the pricing increased. Now there's a request. Luckily, we didn't spend ARPA fast enough, I guess, that we can fulfill this need for our fire department. You know, this discussion makes me wonder why it's hard for us to fill, I guess I don't know why it's hard to fill firefighter positions in Northborough when other, you know, there was no discussion like this about the dog park, or when the library wanted 35,000 for
From
AV
my
equipment.
perspective, the concern that I have here is that it was missed.
Yep, it was.
And that's not on you personally, it's on your department. It is. And you've
Well, no,
you've owned up to it.
It's on me and the chief. You know, we got numbers, and those numbers weren't inaccurate, and then there was 2 items that we had missed in the ensemble.
Yeah.
You know, and that happened, and that's where we thought we were at, right? And had there not been ARPA money available, then we wouldn't be here, but it is available.
It's good that you at least have an option as to a way to fund it if ARPA didn't exist.
Right.
Or if we say no to
But ARPA
ARPA.
does exist, and I don't
Okay.
really
I-
understand how it can't
I'd
be
like,
spent for this.
Julianne had her hand up.
So yeah, I think my concern also stems from the overtime. I'm sure that when you do your budget, I mean, this is the line of work that people do have to, you know, take time and are out on leave. And so it seems like the budgeting for overtime was not calculated.
No, it's, so all that is based on an average of the employees, their years of service, how much time they got off, average of sick time that people might take, and every year, it's pretty much spot on. The chief never comes back asking for more money because we ran out. It is unprecedented to have 3 open positions every rotation that need to be filling overtime. That's a lot. And that just happens, right? Sometimes you don't get any. Sometimes you have somebody that's out IOD for a year and you have to fill that spot. I mean, it's just, that's the name of the game. We can't budget for the max overtime. The budget would be insanely huge. I mean, you have to balance it at some point, right? And you can only balance so much because the budget directives are a cap. You can't, it's not open season. We have EMS income that helps offset it, which means we don't put it on the tax base. And that's how our budget's set up. So that we set a set amount that we know we can use, and then we'll transition over into our EMS account. Other departments put it all on their budget, and our budget would be significantly more. So this is a balance of the budget, and the way that Chief Parenti does it is very smart compared to some of the other towns that I've seen. But it's just an unforeseen aspect. It's like if you got a major storm, you don't foresee that coming. You don't foresee somebody being out 3 people being out for a significant amount of time. You don't see it. And we have to fill man for man right now. Now, when we get the safer people on board, that's going to change, because we're not going to have to fill man for man. We can drop one. That's going to be a significant overtime savings.
All right, let's show, opinions. Again, the only question before us is, do we want to fund this with ARPA? Neil has said they can fund it another way that has other impacts. So these firefighters can get hired and will have their gear, and it may be something that we would have to deal with at town meeting, or you would have to make additional cuts going forward. But that's our decision right now, is that we can complain all we want about how other things were presented. That's irrelevant.
Personally, if you're willing to do your benches, to give them 25,000 toward that, then we have 7,320 left. So if you wanted to do that, I wouldn't be opposed to it.
We're not getting into a trading game, but no,
Well, I don't think that's a trading game. I think ARPA money was supposed to be used.
I've not even expressed an opinion about this one.
Well, ARPA money was supposed to be used for everybody included,
Mm-hmm.
and the way we've gone about it is a little hunt and peck and everything else. We wanted to make things, what was going to be the most and best use of this money, the safest use, what have you. And if this is so important, that 25 can certainly go to that cause, which we weren't expecting.
I
And then it's just a matter
disagree
of-
with your rationale. So no, I'm not willing to give up $25,000 on one important task for this. That's my own opinion.
Then,
I agree with your rationale.
yeah, I mean, that shows me that we're trying to help them, and you're saying, no, you don't want to help them.
Neil has said they have the money for this.
All right, somebody just needs to make a
Wi-
vote.
Within, now, again, within reason.
Right. No,
We don't have the money. We
Right,
have the money.
you have money that you were intending to spend on other things,
Well-
that this would be a priority to spend.
Correct, but that priority stuff was
Yeah.
not stuff that was, it was stuff that has to be funded. It's not
Right.
things that can be,
Right.
well, we need it.
Lisa brought up benches here, totally unrelated. And it's
It's ARPA money.
It's inappropriate.
It's hardly inappropriate.
It's inappropriate, Lisa.
It is not.
Done. All
No,
right.
you're not going to do
All right,
that.
I'm gonna
You
call
don't
for-
have the fire to do
All
that.
right, we need to call a 5-minute recess. We'll be back at 10:39. Thank you. All right, thanks for the recess, everybody. I think we've had enough discussion on this item. I'll entertain a motion, unless anyone has anything else they wanted to add.
Mr. Chair, I move the board vote to approve the use of ARPA funds in the amount of $32,320 for the purpose of funding personal protective equipment for safer grant firefighters, as presented in the memo by Fire Chief included in the meeting packet, pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A, and to authorize the expenditure of such funds by the Fire Chief.
Is there a second? Going once.
Can I have a second just to get to a vote?
If someone would like to make that second.
Asking out of respect,
Yes,
can I get a second?
I'll second.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Okay, is there anything else you wanted to add, Mike?
I mean, I don't think I'm going to change anybody's mind, but it is, which I think is unfortunate. That's all.
I'm not going to be voting to support this, for the reason being that there are other projects within the ARPA list that are more uniquely funded by ARPA. You have a way to do it. We can address the deficiency at town meeting if we need to. We'll figure that out. I hope you don't see this as the board not being supportive of the fire department, given that we approved the Safer grant and we supported bringing, the fire station project to town meeting, which I'm very glad passed. And we'll figure out a way of getting these new firefighters there. I'm glad you have that backup plan in place. All right. There being nothing else, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
I'm going to have to go with Mike on this. I think he has a really good point. So just, doesn't make any difference, but I see your point. We gave money to a dog park. So my vote is aye.
Okay, we have 2 in favor. Those opposed? Okay, 3 opposed, motion does not pass. I appreciate the discussion. It was appropriate to bring forward. But given where we are trying to wind this down, it's a little harder than if it was 6 months ago or a year ago. I appreciate your presentation, Neil.
Quick sidebar, the FEMA money, do you need me to stay for that? It's the same exact thing as last time.
Why don't we jump ahead and deal with that now so you can go home?
Yeah.
Does that work? Very quickly, so we'll move forward temporarily on the agenda to vote to approve FEMA grant for
Individual grants, last one was for the
This one's Helene, right?
This is Helene and Milton. There's two
Yes,
deployments
okay.
that are part of this.
So it's basically the same thing. I went on another deployment. I went to Florida and to North Carolina.
Yep.
And this is the reimbursement from the federal government to the town for my time. 1-for-1 switch.
Number 7 on the,
There's a motion.
Should I just go to the
Yes.
motion?
Sure.
I hope it was a good trip. I'm glad you're back safely.
Well, I got to come home. It wasn't really a good trip for some of the people that
I'm
lived
glad
there.
it
North
wasn't
Carolina
nearly, because
especially.
I have a relative in Orlando. I'm glad it wasn't as devastating as a lot of people thought it might be.
For Milton, yes, I agree. A lot of tornadoes that they didn't expect. But moving up to North Carolina was
Yeah,
Pretty-
that was bad.
pretty eye-opening.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I'm glad you're back safely, and I'm sorry not everybody was. Mr. Chair, I move the board vote to accept funds from the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, resulting from a fire department employees' deployment to respond to Hurricanes Helene and Milton, and to approve expenditure of such funds by the fire chief pursuant to the department's FEMA deployment policy and Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A.
second.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? Other than saying thank you
No.
for helping everybody out. All those in favor, say
Aye.
aye. I see that as unanimous in favor.
Hey,
Hey, you got 1 out of 2. All
I got a 1 out of 2, right?
right.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Can I
for
trade?
that. Have a great night.
Bye, Neil.
All right, continuing along, Northborough Schools request for an additional $12,000 in funding for school projects in conjunction with the repurposing of remaining $16,144.05 balance from the Milliken Middle School project. And I think I saw Becky and thank you very much for being so patient. I apologize, I realize I've been knocked off of the Zoom. I want to get back on in case there are. Becky, go ahead and tell us a little bit about this project while I deal with the technical issue up here.
Sure. Thanks, Mitch. Good evening, everyone. And I just want to mention that Keith Lavoy is also in the audience as well. So we are asking the town to consider the repurposing of some additional funds or some funds that we had remaining from the Milliken air conditioning project. We did go out to bid for 2 separate procurements this past fall, one for electrical work, and that has been completed. And we also just recently signed the contract with the vendor to actually install the air conditioning units. That will occur over the December break. And so both of those items did come in lower than we had originally anticipated, which did leave us with a balance of $16,144.05. For that project. We are also asking if we can repurpose those funds and request an additional $12,000 in ARPA funding for 3 projects that are on our FY26 maintenance list. However, they are items that if we could take care of those in the very near future, it would be preferable because they do involve HVAC systems at both Lincoln Street and the Proctor School. So the first is at Lincoln Street, and that is a HVAC system software upgrade. We are requesting $13,144.05. And then the other 2 projects are both at the Proctor School. One is to replace a valve and a back check device on the water main for $9,000, and then also to replace a faulty hot water system expansion tank for $6,000. We are confident that all 3 of those funds can be completed by the end of the calendar year. And just a little bit of background about those projects. The HVAC system software is a proprietary software, and it is original to the renovation of the school, so it is approximately 10 years old. It's located on a physical server in the building. That server is insufficient in size, so it frequently bogs down the system. The upgrade package is a web-based product, and it will instead be located on one of our district servers at Algonquin. That will provide greater ease in accessing it from outside the school, and it will also be faster. The other important note is that the current system does not allow for alarm emails to be sent through Gmail, and that is the district's default mail platform. So that means whenever there's a system malfunction or a failure alarm, the alerts are unable to be sent out to our facility staff. So that's why we're requesting that software upgrade. In terms of the Proctor projects, for the back check, the primary water anti-backflow, say that 10 times fast, device is located next to the school's main water shutoff. It is still operable, but it is showing significant signs of corrosion, and any type of a failure could cause the boiler room to flood. So we would recommend replacing that while also replacing the main shutoff valve. Because that is actually original to the construction of the building, and it is difficult to gauge how much corrosion there is on that device. We would need to do the repair when the building is empty, so we are looking at potentially the December break for this project, and the service will need to be shut off. The water service will need to be shut off at the street, so we cannot have anyone in the school for that project. And then the last project is a hot water heating system expansion tank. This tank regulates the pressure inside our heating system. And what we have found is that the bladder in the existing tank has failed, and pressure regulation is now made by frequent checking and adjustments by the facility manager. So it's a very manual process right now, and if the pressure is left too low, it could leave classrooms without enough water to properly heat the space. And so this is something that we do want to have taken care of right away. So I welcome any questions on the projects.
Thanks, Becky. I've also brought Keith Lavoy in, if Keith has anything to add, or if he can answer any questions that come up.
Thank you, Mitch. Yeah, I'd be happy to answer any questions. I think Becky did a great job of summarizing the 3 projects, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions from the board?
I have a question. So if you could only spend the 16,000 that we would have to approve that you use for something else, what would the projects be?
I don't want to speak for Keith, but I think it would probably be the 2 projects at Proctor.
I would agree with Becky.
Because the HVAC software upgrade for Lincoln Street is not imminently necessary, is that what you're saying?
It does cause concern just because of the fact that we're not able to get alerts through our email system. It will not send through the Gmail. So if there is any type of an issue, we are not being notified of it through email. And it also will not us allow to go into the system remotely. It all has to be done on site.
And if by any chance the total amount isn't approved for these 3 projects, you'll just build it into the school budget for next year for that project?
That was the original plan for that, yes.
Okay.
Keith, is that correct?
That is accurate. Yes, Becky.
Thank you. I want to say I appreciate the fact that you were able to get the air conditioning project done for well under budget, enough that we can entertain something like this. So that's good. I appreciate that. Questions or comments?
I kind of like that idea that you had, what 2 would be used, and keep it to the reallocation of what was extra.
Okay. So we have $16,144.05 left over, and it looks like exactly 15,000 for the 2 Proctor items. So,
So Jason could add $1,000.
If you so approve it in this manner, we'll add $1,144.05.
And 5 cents.
Well, we really haven't discussed it in total, but.
Although, Rebecca or Keith, knowing what's on the maintenance schedule for all the buildings, you weren't asking for all of those items. These are the 3 high-priority items that you can take care of now for monies that are being reallocated from savings from the air conditioning project, and a relatively small request of an additional $12,000. So keep in mind that if we're going to force them to pick out of the 3, they told us what the priority is. But with these funds, they can make these updates and changes now for 2 of our school buildings. So I still think there's value in letting them reallocate those funds and also giving the additional funds for investments in our school buildings while we have the ability to do it. And they could do it now, and they can make these updates, as they said, in the short term.
I mean, all of these are justified. There's no question that these are beneficial, and, we should spend money one way or another to do them. I also recognize that we have been most generous with the school department with our funds, particularly the Proctor roof, which is a very expensive project, the air conditioning, the Milliken Field.
They're the significant portion of our budget.
Yeah.
It's also the reason
yes.
everybody moves to town.
Right.
Because of the
Oh,
school
yeah,
system.
yeah. I kind of like the idea of what Julianne suggested, of reallocating the remaining funds from the air conditioning project to get those two Proctor items, which I think are critical. I think based on what Becky described, those need to get done. There's a real value of getting them done right away. There are advantages of getting the HVAC software update done sooner, but I don't see that as critical.
Would there be any cost savings with the HVAC system upgrade? So, because I know you were saying that it can bog down the server in the building and affect operation. So if it's responding to a remote server, would it operate in a more efficient manner at all?
Mike, it would have, some efficiencies. The equipment in Lincoln Street is arguably the best in the district when it comes to efficiency, so we're already gaining that just for the sole purpose of the hardware itself, but the software would allow for greater regulation, so we could gain efficiencies. I just wouldn't have a quantifiable way of determining how greater that efficiency would be, but, through my conversations with Bud Richardson about our entire maintenance and capital budget, these three items were in particular to him for the combination of, something that absolutely needed to be replaced, like the plumbing concerns over at Proctor, and then this hardware or the software upgrade, which we have been trying to get accomplished for a couple of years, but have not been able. It has been not operating the way we would like, probably for about 18 months at this point, and it's starting to show, some of those signs. So I would say it's tough to quantify it. It would definitely have some areas of efficiency and improvement for us.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I guess I appreciate all that you guys are doing. My preference would be to do the two Proctor projects, and then if we do have any money left over from sidewalks that we can bring back to Lincoln, then that would be my preference, if that would be an option.
Reasonable. So I think what we're looking to do here is to,
Reallocate.
yeah, reallocate. I'm just looking at the existing motion.
That mask.
So I think the motion would be to transfer $15,000 from the middle school air conditioning project, reallocating to the two Proctor. We have a very complicated motion that's written in our motion sheet, and I'm trying to turn that into something that
I think what you said is correct.
Yeah. So we're removing the $12,000 allocation request, and it's only a total of $15,000, and there would be $1,144.05 remaining that would become unallocated.
100.
So far.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, got it?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if that's close enough to a so moved.
I mean, what I would do is
Yeah.
just reallocate the sum balance, 16,144.05, toward the Proctor School
Yep.
valve replacement and hot water system
But
expansion.
then that provides more money than what they need, and I don't want to
Are we
send that
sure?
11.
Yes.
Well, I mean, they've given us the prices, that adds up to 15. I would be fine giving them the $1,100 if they needed it, if there was reason to have it. I just want to make sure, again, that we have it available for allocation. That can also be something that, we're going to have one more meeting this month. Jason's going to go through with his fine-tooth comb, looking for little pennies here and there, and these could be the pennies that we find.
Okay, so the motion should state,
Simply to reallocate
reallocate, yeah,
remaining $16,144 from the Melican Middle School ARPA project to the Proctor HVAC and water projects.
What will you do with the
And the
balance?
remaining $1,144 will go back to the ARPA funds.
Not if motioned that way, but next meeting, when Jason goes through, he will presumably
It's
find.
surplus, so it will be returned to the unallocated.
It's
Yeah.
surplus, yeah.
Yeah, so it would be surplus that we'll identify for next meeting.
So I will say so moved.
Okay, perfect.
Second?
Okay. Any other, motion's been made and seconded? Any other comments or questions? Is that motion clear from Steph and Jason, from your perspective?
I know what's intended.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
And
Okay,
the,
so
yeah,
it's
Okay, great. I appreciate that. Just want to make sure.
and with the dollar amount of
Yeah.
15,000.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. As long as you're good with it, I'm good with it. Any other comments or questions? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
No.
Okay, we have 4 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries. Thank you very much. Thank you, Becky and Keith.
Good to see you, Becky.
Have a great night. I hope you
Yeah,
don't need
have
to
a good
be
night.
up too early
Thank you
tomorrow.
very much. Have a good night.
Thanks.
Night.
All right.
A 3-minute hold?
A 3-minute recess? 3-minute recess, sure,
Please,
why not?
3-minute recess, please.
Okay, we'll be back at 11:02, 11:03. All right, we are back once again. It being 11 o'clock, are we okay continuing? I think we actually discovered a policy, we were digging through policies, that said that our meeting ends at 11 o'clock unless we decide to move forward. Are we comfortable moving forward, or do we want to wrap it up?
I'm almost for a
Mr.
wrap.
Chairman, I won't be
Yeah.
available on the 16th. I have a Conservation Commission hearing
Okay. Yeah.
associated with the dam removal project.
And that's.
Yeah, no, I think we should, I think
Totally
we should
fair to you
continue.
to
I just,
do this then.
I think by policy, I'm supposed to ask that question. Are we all okay continuing?
We'll continue, I guess.
Okay. I'm seeing two yeses and a yes
Yeah.
from me, so we're continuing.
Continue.
All right. Okay. I know we've got sidewalks. We also have review of select board members' remaining allocated ARPA balance, which we've sort of talked about a little bit earlier with White Cliffs and some signs. We also had $40,000 that I had put in for economic development consultant or contractor, and also $40,000 for a town communication person. I'm not saying we have to do these, I just want to make mention of the things that we did, that we put on our list, and Julianne, you had $50,000 on grant to committees.
Oh, yeah, but we gave, that's, I'm
Yep.
okay with that.
Yep. And police station
Could you
gap
do that?
funding, we've dealt with
Could you do that?
some things like that, so. I'm sorry, what was that, Lisa?
Did you say the 50 that she put aside for?
For grant to committees, we never explicitly allocated from that.
Okay, so that maybe could go to the White Cliffs question.
I mean, we have overspent in a number of categories. I just want to make sure that we recognize that there are some items that were on all of our original lists that have not yet been addressed.
Okay.
Are we planning on addressing them, or we're just?
It's on the agenda. I want to make sure it doesn't get dropped. So, if I mentioned your project and you would like to address it, then we can talk about it now. We have an economic development seminar or input meeting next week. It would not surprise me if out of that came some suggestions related to economic development, whether it be to bring on a coordinator or do some additional work. It would be nice to reserve some funding for that, possibly. I wouldn't mind holding on to, is it that $40,000 was a guess? I don't know if that's going to be a reasonable amount or not. I'm okay losing the $40,000 on the communications, despite the fact I think it's important for the town to do that. We don't have anything ready to do with that, but we might get an answer. So that's up to the board, whether we want to hold that or not hold that.
And there's no deference to a board, so if the police funding gap that I had allocated.
Yeah.
That would have covered some items that got voted down.
Yeah.
Because I had that as allocated, that money's available, I don't have, there's no deference that's what Mike's priority is, say, the safer grant gear. The vote is the vote, it's done. So even though you want to hold money for economic development, we could vote and say no.
Right. Right. Yeah, we have.
Or we want to move
vote on
money
everything.
to White Cliffs, we
Right.
could vote and say no.
Right. And we have funded over those allocations on a few items, and we've added quite a few to those items. This was a good starting point. I think it was a useful tool that
Yes, I
the
mean,
time for
it
that
was-
tool is running out.
I agree.
Yeah.
It was a good process.
Right. So I just wanted to bring that up and made sure that everyone was aware of it. With that being said, want to talk about some sidewalks?
Just 1 second to recap. Didn't I have something for signs in
Yes.
mind?
Yep, I made mention of that a minute ago. $88,000 for White Cliffs additions and design, $19,000 for signs.
Right,
Which you
but-
wanted to discuss for the next meeting.
Right, but on my, when you talk about line items, I thought I
It
put
said
signs down.
signs and facade or something, one of the line items.
It would probably just say signs.
Sign and facade program.
LED street light, police comfort dog. No, Lisa, all I had for yours were $1,000 for treescape, $20,000 for heavy commercial vehicle exclusion, $185,000 for sidewalks, and $104,000 for rectangular rapid flashing beacons. And then we added a few more as we went along.
Okay.
All right, we ready to talk about sidewalks? All right. I hear us being really excited after all the discussion earlier. All right, tell us what's going on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
So you have a memorandum in your packets outlining the results of the sidewalk change orders. So our consultant went out, did survey for all the project locations, got schematic designs together, advancement of preliminary design, put together the quantities. The quantities went to our paving contractor. They provided us unit prices, the totals of which are listed here. Hudson Street, that's that small section from Center Drive up to the church, 91,000 and change. The issue there, again, is we need easements. There is no land rights, there is inadequate land to put the sidewalk in without easements. And I had previously mentioned that one of the residents was not in favor of losing more front lawn, as there isn't much there anyway.
Did we talk to, there was discussion at the last meeting of reaching out, saying, hey, is there anything you need? Because you said that we can spend money as part of the project to improve their landscaping in some way in exchange for getting an easement.
I have not been able to get in touch with the resident.
Okay.
I have not. The other one, the next one is Gale and Monroe Street. Work includes continuing the asphalt sidewalk up Monroe from where it ends at Tony Abreu's building. to the corner, and then cement concrete sidewalk with granite curbing down Gale Street. It'll also include conduit and handholds for future pedestrian scale lighting. The cost for that, excuse me, there's no easements required for that work, and the cost as shown is $253,000. Allen Street, turns out there are no easements needed. I thought there were going to be, but there were not, which is good. That's bituminous concrete sidewalk, or asphalt curb, with a crosswalk and wheelchair ramps on the East Main Street side, because the sidewalk, East Main Street's on the other side of the road. $82,500 for Allen Street. Again, no easements needed. South Street is the section between state highway ownership at the intersection of West Main and South, extending down through the limit of the intersection with Gale Street. There's already cement concrete sidewalk there and granite curb. The full cost, the $251,200, includes remove and reset the existing granite curb, new concrete sidewalks, mill and overlay South Street, and installing the conduit and handholds for the pedestrian lighting. If we chose to only do the concrete sidewalk, conduit and handholds, meaning we leave the curbing where it is and we don't touch the roadway, that project is a little over $161,000. The reason I recommended redoing the roadway there is there's no curb reveal. Curb reveal is the height of the curb over the asphalt gutter. It's like 3 inches over there. That happens year after year after year. After you overlay the road 4 or 5 times, all of a sudden your reveal goes from standard to 6 inches down to what we have out there, which is like 3 inches. I wanted to regain the reveal. It's just safer for pedestrians. It feels safer when you're walking and you aren't like literally at the same elevation as the road. Plus, it's a good visual indicator for drivers that it's clearly they're not, approaching the roadway edge. But when I saw the cost of all the projects, I said maybe this one you can just get the sidewalks looking nice. I thought there was a possibility of maybe just removing and replacing some of the panels that were broken. But that's like 3/4 of them out there. You might as well just do the whole thing. Doesn't make any sense. A lot of them are damaged and broken and heaving. So that's it.
Questions? We ready for questions?
I just added up Hudson Street, Allen Street, and the less expensive way of doing South Street. Jason, can you correct me if I'm wrong? I get $335,211. I'm not doing change. So that comes pretty close to what we have. So I added the 91,173, 82,500, plus, oh wait, no, I'm wrong.
My question is, I just worry about the neighbor on Hudson Street that doesn't want the easements. I love that location.
I don't think we
but-
can appropriate the money unless.
If we don't have those
at this point,
agreements.
Unless
I
we
agree.
know that we can do it.
So-
Sorry,
If we did-
I would love it, Julianne, but I just,
Yeah.
that's
I
my
agree.
concern on that one.
Yeah.
So, oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say, this is one that, to me, is so obvious that we need to do. We can't do it yet until we work something out with the property owner.
Right.
Hopefully, this discussion will generate some discussion with the property owner. Maybe it can be sorted out. Maybe it can be a town meeting project. We would need town meeting anyway to do the easement.
Yep.
And I would not recommend going forward with just a right of entry. If somebody has expressed concern,
Yeah.
Right.
and then they say, okay, they can just as easily say no again later.
Right,
So I'd
right.
want to accept an easement before any work was done.
I
That'd be my
agree.
recommendation.
So the
Okay,
Gale
so-
Street in Monroe, and then the Allen Street total, $335,600.
I like that one.
Right, and that's construction of all new sidewalk.
Correct.
So that's adding sidewalk, which also leaves a balance of 35,887
I'd,
of ARPA, if it's those two.
I would actually like to get, when I asked for this last time, I think you had a number, on Allen Street, instead of having the bituminous curb, what the granite would cost. And you had a number,
Granite is going to add, probably about $50,000.
Perfect, that's what we have.
Well, yeah,
It'd be over.
I think we're 10,000 or 11,000 shy.
right.
Yeah,
Shy. All right, so, well, this is, I mean, the bigger problem too with Allen Street is you have buses and trucks, and big trucks coming up and down. And for the same reason that the South Street idea is to have the granite curb there and such, that I think that it's worth the 45,000 additional monies for that street, just because of the safety factor. I think you've got so many people that do walk that loop. Unfortunately, they're not going to get the Hudson Street full loop, but it just, and it's close enough to downtown, I would think. I mean, you've got the visual with the beautiful bridge there, and hopefully we'll be able to do something with the waterways and make the waterways something that we'll be able to get people involved in. Except tiptoeing over the weeds and the poor birds going, eh. But I think it's a good investment to do that on Allen Street, because there's curbing already, granite curbing already on the bridge. I think there's granite curbing already on the Hudson Street curve.
Yes.
So it carries that along, and then you're gonna have granite curbing on the handicapped opening to go across.
Those will be, I would expect those to be monolithic concrete, but we could have granite there. We priced them as monolithic concrete.
Okay.
The curb reveal there is 6 inches. We have, when we repaved Allen Street, we put that curb in. That was never there before. So there is no loss of reveal, and I mean, I've walked it. I don't remember any real substantial tire damage done, because when you put new curb in, new asphalt curb, the first 6 months or so, cars, when you hit it, you've seen it, they smash it down, and especially on the corners. That really hasn't happened there. I usually expect it around the driveways. So the curb is in good shape, and this quote is to dig out behind the curb, put in the gravel, put in the asphalt sidewalk. Putting in granite's perfectly viable alternative. You have to cut the gutter line all the way down, about 18 inches out into the travelway to set the granite, put the concrete in, and then you asphalt over it, then you have a longitudinal joint in the gutter line. Usually when you do that, you mill and overlay the road, like we're doing on South Street. We're gonna take the granite out, put the granite back in, mill and overlay the whole thing. That way I don't have this gutter line seam where water collects, and it's just not good for roadways.
What is the material again that's on those corners?
Concrete, monolithic concrete. So concrete pad with a concrete curb poured
So
monolithically.
how well does that stand up?
It's fine. Nothing stands up as well as granite. I mean,
Right.
there's absolutely nothing stands up as well as granite. I mean, the South Street granite is probably 80, 100 years old. It's
Yeah.
ugly, but it's still perfectly functional.
Yeah.
Or it's patinaed.
I mean, I think that, I've always been a proponent for that after seeing these trucks going both directions. It's a small street.
I prefer granite. Bless you. I prefer granite as well. It's purely a cost thing,
And then maybe,
This concrete curb is $5 only a foot, granite's 65.
yeah,
And there's no safety difference between concrete and granite.
but we weren't talking concrete, we were talking bituminous.
Yeah, there's no safety difference, no.
Thank you.
Drive over a 6-inch curb just like you do, whether it's asphalt, concrete, or granite, really doesn't make a difference. Brand-new granite probably damages your tire.
Well, that's
If you
good.
hit it hard,
You won't
that's
hit
about it.
Yeah, it's more of a safety factor, because I know that.
I think Scott just said it isn't a safety factor.
They function exactly the same. The only difference, fresh granite, like brand-new granite, has relatively sharp edge. So if you hit it with a car at a pretty good angle, you'll probably blow your tire.
So, well, I mean, quite frankly, when you look at the roads, Summer Street had granite in some sections and had bituminous in other sections. The bituminous is beaten down. On, Northgate. As you're coming around Northgate, there's sections where there isn't any curb anymore, whatever you call that, because it's been beaten down with people parking on it. So yes, I do believe bituminous does break down, and I think for me, it's more, if that's sharp, it's going to keep people away from hitting that curb, and that's a very active intersection from East Main Street, as people are pulling down and pulling out.
I wasn't disagreeing. Clearly, granite is far more durable than asphalt, far more durable than concrete. The only reason they went with bituminous concrete on Allen Street was cost. It's a multiplier 10 plus to grant it over asphalt. That's,
We've
I mean,
made-
we had this, I'm sorry, Mike.
I didn't mean to cut you off, Scott.
No, no. go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, for other projects and things, we've made cuts and sacrifices. I mean, I think, if we, if you could do all of Gale Monroe and Allen as quoted within that, if you add the granite to Allen, you're over our max ARPA budget that's left.
Tell me the granite number again?
I'm estimating between $45,000 and $55,000,
What if
based
you
on
took
$60 a
away,
linear foot.
what if you took away the installation of electrical conduit and hand holes for future pedestrian scale lighting? How much would that give you?
I'd have to look at it. The planning director indicated the pedestrian scale lighting for the downtown revitalization that she was interested in doing. If we're gonna put new concrete sidewalks in, that's when you do it.
It would prevent the ability of doing that
Right,
later.
right.
Without spending a lot of money to.
Replace everything.
Tear
Just
down
Dig it
a
up
nice sidewalk.
and, yeah.
Right.
So is there any way, I mean, personally for Gale and Monroe Street, I'd really like to see that parking lot fixed first before you put sidewalk in across the street. And maybe you could do CPC money to get the money for the parking lot, because that's really in trouble. I mean, you got the wall there, you've got the pieces
Okay, we gotta
falling down. What?
Well, I guess to that point,
That's a massive undertaking from a financial perspective. That parking lot design was not designed. Those are just two paved rectangles. Those aren't parking lots. They're used as parking lots, but they're not compliant parking lots in any way.
But we do have to work towards getting that fixed.
Yeah, yep.
So maybe some of the ARPA money could be used for that.
We don't have the costs on that.
Scott, what would be the difference in, I guess, timing if projects, any of these were funded through ARPA versus an ask at town meeting and funding approval that way?
Next to no difference, really. Free cash is available after town meeting, after the appeal period, whatever.
Riley's language saying it's available immediately, but it could be available immediately.
Yeah, so the contractor wouldn't start working until the spring anyway. I don't see him doing this work over the winter.
Right.
So it really wouldn't make a difference timing-wise.
Okay.
I guess my preference for ARPA, didn't mean to cut you off, would be, it would save money. I mean, sidewalks have been requested for a long time, and it would be nice to be able to do that with ARPA money instead of going to town meeting from a tax perspective, and it would just be something that, and I appreciate all of your work to help with all these numbers, but this is definitely like a priority from
Sure, no,
discussions.
it's just certain arguments against certain other, requests could be applied equally to this, and you could easily make an argument that this could wait for town meeting or could find funding in another avenue.
I guess I hear what you're saying, except from the very beginning, when we got to choose how much money we would designate, I designated everything to sidewalks.
Yeah, there was definitely a high priority item for 2 to 3. Julianne, I think you had a good amount in there. I had a little bit, but
Everything.
But Laura and Lisa had a substantial amount of money, so I look at that as, as a real priority. Obviously, we have more sidewalks here than we have the funding for, even excluding Hudson. That makes me sad that we can't do that, but, I'll get over that.
So we have, in the capital plan, sidewalks and drainage improvements on an annual rotating basis.
But those are replacements primarily,
Yeah,
right?
unfortunately, the vast majority of that money goes to, well, unfortunately, it goes to fixing drainage. We had 2 culvert failures recently. I know everybody on the board is familiar with the Assabet Hill neighborhood and their drainage problems.
Yeah.
And they were excited, I'm sure, to see the town meeting approve those funds, and they're not going to be very excited when we fix failed culverts on Church Street and Howard Street,
I
so.
thought they got an earmark.
Yeah,
We got an earmark for them.
$20,000.
Yeah, it was.
That's it?
Yeah, it was not,
So what do we do with that? Do we have to give it back?
No.
no, we'll use it.
Yeah, use
Oh.
it.
But I mean, we had holes in Church Street the size of this table. We got to fix that.
I like the idea of Gale and Monroe and Allen, because I remember from the MPIC discussions, the walkability, it would make a really nice walking area where it would connect 2 areas to the town center. And if we could afford to do it with granite within the budgets, I would love to see that.
Okay, let me throw this out.
Yeah.
82,500 for Allen Street, plus 45,000 for the granite curbing, plus 251,200 for the South Street project. Added up, I get $378,700, which comes within our budget.
Yeah, but that doesn't leave money for signs, and it doesn't leave money
Right.
for economic
Right.
development.
Nor my request about White Cliffs, but
Right.
Well, you put money, didn't you, what about that money that you put aside, grant? Remember the grant for,
yeah, no, well, I think that was allocated
already
to
reallocated
cultural
to it?
council. I mean, I'm fine with that.
I mean, it seems like a way forward is, because Galen Monroe is downtown, it adds a new sidewalk where,
Yeah.
you know, in a good location. And then Allen, without the granite, fits in and leaves a small amount of money for further discussion at a next meeting.
Yep. It would leave enough money to talk about signs, and it would leave around $30,000 additional, whether that be for economic development or whatever, at our final meeting for the year.
so do you not want, there's only like $2,000 difference between the Galen Monroe amount and the South Street amount. Why did you pick South Street over the Galen Monroe? Because for the same amount of money, you're getting
New sidewalk.
new sidewalk and a.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Okay, so, but we could do one full project, plus Allen Street, plus the $45,000. I kind of really like the granite curbing on Allen Street. That's just my preference. So either Gale Street or South Street, but let me ask you this. Do you have any idea what's going to happen with Bank of America, and if there's a project?
I've spoken with the owner, as has the planning director. There's no definitive disposition for the Bank of America property right now.
Can we get some of the parking over there? We talked about
We'd have to sign an
leasing some parking?
I don't know.
We'd have to lease the land or buy the land.
If-
I was just
Ooh,
wondering
can we
if
buy
that,
the
if there was a
I mean,
plan.
if it's for
if that
sale, if
would-
we have the money for it, sure.
I reached out to the.
This isn't gonna do it, though.
There was not enough
No, we
ARPA
don't have
money?
enough ARPA money to buy.
Send everything back, let's just buy the land. No, I would, even if we bought like a little 10 cars next to the town common, that would be worth the money. But we need an easement to get to them, because she owns all of that. So I'm gonna do this.
So what were you going to say?
I had reached out to the owner during the town common project design to see if there was an appetite for having, granting the town a sidewalk easement on their driveway to enter the town common to the rear, so that the asset parking could be used for the town common. And her response was that I'm not against it, but I don't want to hand tie the future development of the property with a, encumbrance like that. So
Fair.
I would guess it would be the same answer now if we asked for parking.
Had an economic development coordinator to help figure that out.
So what was your total? If I add the 253,100, the 82,500, and the 45, I get
We don't know it's 45.
380,600?
You say 45 to 55. So if we made the decision, we'd really have to do 55.
I mean, with the numbers we know, it seems like you get the most bang for your buck is Gale, Monroe, and Allen. And that gives us that 35,887 left over for further discussion. Doesn't get the granite that maybe we want, but you're getting brand new sidewalk.
I love the idea of granite, but at adding 50% or more to the cost of it, I can't.
And we don't, and then like, where do you go, right, where, and then we're gonna redo some of South Street, where we could have added brand new sidewalk.
Our priority has been
South Street won't
adding
be
new
included on
sidewalk.
this.
Yep.
No,
South Street's
that would
out.
have, yeah.
I wish we could do Gale, Monroe, and South, even though South is not a repair, and I really wish we could do it. We don't have the money to do all that. and even little shell games with some of the leftover money.
Yeah. And pedestrian lighting is the poles that you can put plants on.
No, just conduits and handholds.
No, for the pedestrian lighting, what is pedestrian lighting?
I don't know, whatever Lori wants it to be and whatever's decided by the downtown folks.
Yeah,
Lighting that's a lot lower than street lighting
Right,
for
12
cars.
footers.
So the lighting itself isn't included.
I know,
It's
I know.
just the conduit for it.
No,
I'm
I'm just trying to be sure it's not this stuff.
No, I'm used to decorative lamp posts. for lack of a
Yeah,
better
that's
term.
what I mean, something that you could,
Yeah.
Ooh, I'll get my lamp post.
there you go. We could do your room and the lamp.
All right, so I think I'm hearing consensus.
Is it 380? Is that what I was right on the amount?
What I have is Galen Monroe at 253,100 and Allen at 82,500 for a total of 335,600. If you were to add 55,000 for concrete for Allen.
For
we'd be-
granite.
For granite, yep, we'd be at 390,600, which is over where we are now.
And what was the other one again, not bituminous?
Oh.
Concrete.
Concrete curbing. One of the issues with concrete curbing, everybody saw it when you go up in Massachusetts, when you go up the back way to Northborough Crossing, even the main way. See what the curbing looks like?
Starts
It's
crumbling.
all crumbling, falling apart. I mean, they don't have as quality of snow removal operations as we do. But that just often happens. With those are precast, though. Those are not cast in place. I would likely not do cast in place concrete curb when you're doing asphalt behind it. Generally, you use precast, and sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad.
Right.
Okay, so could we, are we gonna be able to find maybe 55 someplace?
I don't think so.
Jason?
I mean, we may have.
You can add it later if you want.
I mean, we could in theory add it next meeting. I mean, if you.
Yeah, because you're not gonna go to bid tonight anyway, or next
I
week.
got all the change, it would just be another change order. So if you were to approve Allen, Galen Monroe, I'll get the change orders processed and signed this week, so the contractor's under contract. Don't worry about it, it's been officially obligated.
And you can get an exact price also.
December 30th, you decide to, hook up 55,000 for granite, I'll shoot them off an email, and I'll get it done.
Right.
Thank you so
All right,
much.
so
hope for
next
that.
meeting, all right, so what I think we're in agreement on for tonight is 253,100 for Galen Monroe and 82,500 for Allen
Yep.
without the granite.
Yep.
And then if $55,000 drops out of the sky, or if it turns out it's $20,000, maybe we can find a way. But get us a real number and we'll go from there.
I will do that.
Thank
Okay,
you.
so we actually have motions for those, right?
All right, so I guess I'm first here, right?
You have
No,
the,
Laura's first.
no,
No,
we-
you're
we're
out.
not
We're not
doing
doing
Hudson.
Hudson, are we?
I'm sorry, you're Gail. You're Gail Street,
Yep.
you're up.
I move the board vote to approve the use of ARPA funds in the amount of $253,100 for the purpose of sidewalk construction on Gale Street and Monroe Street as presented in the amended ARPA sidewalk update memo by the DPW director, included in the meeting packet pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A, and to authorize the expenditure of such funds by the DPW director.
Second.
Been made and seconded. Any other discussion? All those in favor say? Aye. All, that is unanimous in favor. We're building new sidewalks, people.
Yay.
Okay, Julianne, you have something on Allen Street.
I do. I move the board vote to approve the use of ARPA funds in the amount of $82,500 for the purpose of sidewalk construction on Allen Street as presented in the amended ARPA sidewalk update memo by the DPW director included in the meeting packet pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A, and to authorize the expenditure of such funds by the DPW director.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded by everybody. Any other discussion?
Do we have a ribbon cutting for new sidewalks?
I've got the giant scissors.
Okay.
Why not? All right, all those in favor say?
Aye.
Aye. All right,
Yay.
sidewalks.
I saw
very
those
good.
plaques.
Thank you.
Okay.
Scott,
So-
you deserved.
Thanks for sticking
Is it
around.
possible to move?
We're gonna wait on tables and
Discussion.
benches for another day, or? I'm sorry.
Yes, what was your question?
I'm sorry, tables and benches, everybody sticking around for that, or are we gonna figure that
I
out
think
later?
my opinion is we've probably exhausted that.
Okay.
Yeah? I
Can
mean,
we,
Well,
Yep.
don't we have to make a decision on two?
Yeah, we could, yeah, I mean, I guess the question is T or circular, or whatever the other
Yeah.
thing
We don't have
is.
to do it
T,
tonight.
U, Floor West Main, 3 things, don't know
Yep.
which ones you want,
Yep.
but we got enough to do a couple of them.
Yep. Okay. As it is, it's gonna get done with the T unless we direct you otherwise.
We can do the T and the 2 benches unless I hear otherwise.
Okay. All right. And your question is, can we move goals to
Please
next
move
meeting?
goals.
Yes.
Okay,
Everyone
thank
okay
you.
waiting on the goals?
Yes.
I am. Steph, you're okay waiting on the goals? That's primarily your item.
Absolutely.
And just briefly, this is based on some
Thank you,
conversations
Scott.
that Steph and I had. Good night, Scott. These are Steph's sort of suggestions, which I concur with for goals. We can get into at the next meeting some of the nuance of that. It is up to us collectively with Steph to actually direct the goals. We should do that soon, but we can do that on the 16th.
I would say so. But we didn't even touch the ones that I gave you with the 3 pages on it. Nothing from this is on that.
Town administrator goal, I don't know what that is.
I passed this out
Okay.
before the contract to everybody.
Okay.
You and Mike turned it over if you want to look at it. No address and no discussion.
Okay.
We needed to
Send-
get a
send-
discussion.
Send them to Steph and see if she wants to amend her request, her suggestions for goals, and she can do that.
Yes, you can, because it's up to us to make those decisions.
Goals are something you have to do in coordination with. the
In
employee.
coordination,
So
correct.
I don't want to do it unilaterally. I don't even remember what was on there. Discuss it with Steph, then we can talk about it next meeting. Okay.
So if any suggestions or requests we have, we just email you.
Yes, yep, yep,
thank you.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Do we want to do, so we're passing over the goals, reports, do we want to quickly do reports? If anyone has high priority reports, Laura?
Nope.
Julianne?
No.
I will also skip reports.
Yeah,
Steph?
I gave you a copy, so
Yes,
you
and
guys
it was-
have
I
it.
like that, by the way.
That was really
The what?
good.
Your report was great, and I really loved the little history
Oh, I
behind it.
love that story, so
That's awesome.
nice.
Thank you.
That's good. Future agenda items, does anyone have anything to bring up tonight?
Nope.
Okay,
Just one question.
Yeah.
The other ARPA items for the remaining 35,000,
yeah.
if none of them receive majority vote to
Yeah.
move forward, how do we address that money?
What I will ask for is for Steph to create a motion for something. It could be an additional $35,000
Okay.
to the DPW for use at their discretion. It could be for town hall improvements.
Building
You know,
facilities or-
Yeah,
okay.
it's just,
Okay.
and that number might grow as Jason continues to find, if he finds any other money.
So basically, the next meeting on the 16th is the last of last.
Yes,
So that's going to
Sure
be the
is.
signs, and that's going to be discussion of signs and White Cliffs if we can get the money.
It can be, in theory, anything that we have the money for. I would suggest for the signs, work with Steph
Yeah.
on coming up with something that's really concrete.
Yeah, no, I'm going to give you prices and sign, artwork and everything
And
else
I
like
want to make
that.
sure that the DPW, which is going to be responsible for those, agrees with that information.
Oh, they're not going to put it in. The price is going to be to have it.
Well,
cleaned as
they oversee facilities. So they would be not necessarily doing the work, but they would be responsible for the work taking place.
yeah, I can bring
Yeah,
Scott in.
that really needs to be that. Public comment, is there anything that anyone wants to make, either in person, which is unlikely, or remote?
Is anyone still
Is anybody still awake out?
Anybody out there?
Public comment, going once, going twice, I declare public comment closed. Any other business to come before the board? Hearing none, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved. Second.
Okay, all those in favor of adjourning, say.
Aye.
We are adjourned, 11:38 PM, not our latest meeting ever. Thank you.